You brought up Carmelo Anthony.
What it is, pimp? We live.
All the way live on 420.
Happy 420 Easter.
I'm trying to figure out when 420 became a thing.
It's been close to 10 years now.
I know, because we wasn't celebrating that shit in the 90s and in the 80s.
Uh-huh.
And I'm sure I was alive when they decided to do it. I just ain't never heard nothing about it. I heard people saying 420, 420, and I knew somebody every day at 420. They had to be somewhere lighting it up. And then I was like, well, where did 420 thing came from?
Yeah, for some reason, man, it seems like they have a problem with how the old days used to be. It's like they act like the old days were the worst days. Even the women, and when it comes to relationships, I just seen a interview with Diana Ross's daughter, whatever her name is.
Tracy Ellis Ross.
Yeah, Tracy Ellis Ross. Did you see that interview?
No, I've seen interviews, and most of the interviews she does is usually they discuss the same topics.
Well, she did an interview on Michelle Obama's podcast.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, you should see it too. And so she said she's 52, going on 53, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Said she from now on is only dating young men.
And, obviously.
She said one of her reasons is she's had those relationships to where on the most, messing with men around her age, and she no longer wants to be controlled or basically the way she described it, basically saying in a structured relationship. And then it came to this point where her and Michelle was she had said something like even with the older guys, it's like you got to have a discussion when this comes up something about your kid wanting to be gay or something. And then Michelle Obama was like, yeah, like what are these, the Stone Ages, or what world are you living in, or something like that. And I'm like, boy, this woman here, she trash. Michelle Obama is trash.
You should share the footage. And we talk.
I know. I didn't. I seen it on TV. I didn't. I started to try to catch it. Hold on, because it was on, somebody else was showing it on their podcast. That's how I ended up catching it. Something about he trash. Michelle Obama. Oh shit.
You got to echo.
Yeah,
that was you.
Yeah, that was me on the cell phone logging in. Let me see if I can.
Well, this new podcast that Michelle Obama got with her brother is supposed to put Michelle Obama back out there, especially on the internet. And what we're thinking is that Obama is going to want Michelle to run for office, but a couple of things are going on with that are out there on the streets about Michelle Obama, that it's possible that they might be heading towards a divorce, which why would she divorce Obama when everything she have credible is because she's married to Obama? Her whole life is connected to the fact that she's married to Obama. The money she makes, her fame, notoriety, anything good that she got going on is strictly because of her marriage to Obama. And if she was to divorce him, she would be automatically cut off from all that. And the reason why these rumors are happening with her is because she wasn't with Obama when he attended the funeral of Jimmy Carter, and she wasn't with him when he was at the inauguration of Trump. And matter of fact, she was on extended vacation. So Michelle been kind of doing her own thing, being free from the expectations of being the wife of Barack Obama. You know, and everybody notices it. You know, so if she try to divorce him, she not gonna have these perks that she got. Reason why she's able to make money and stuff is because she's Michelle Obama. She's Barack Obama's wife. And what most of these women are finding out is when they divorce these men, everything that come along with it, the prestige that they have and all that, it goes away. And Michelle Obama ain't gonna find another man that's able to put her in the position she in like Barack Obama. That's with most women. When you marry a man and he's, you know, on top, you best stay with him. That's the reason why Hillary Clinton will always be with Bill. Because at the end of the day, everything she experiences as far as power and wealth and prestige is because her name is Clinton. There ain't nobody checking for Hillary Rodham.
Did you you remember when Obama first ran?
I do.
He was against gay marriages and all the LGBT stuff.
Right.
When he got ready to run his second, right before then, that's when he started passing all the laws for it and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Do you think she had some influence on him in making that decision?
No. I mean, she wasn't verbally or out in public saying anything contrary to that. We didn't know what her position was on it. All we know was we saw him do it.
No, I'm saying seeing what she's saying now about the gay thing. Basically, because when her and Tracy Ellis Ross was talking about it, she basically is like, you're a stone, you're what you call him? Caveman. If you have a problem with your son wanting to be gay or transgender or something.
Yeah, I just think that she was in line with it the whole time. I don't think he did it because she influenced him.
What's up, Shonda?
I think he already had
what
that
we talking about
in him. We're talking about Michelle Obama.
What a wonderful
Michelle
lady.
and Tracy Ellis Ross. We was talking about Tracy Ellis Ross. She did a Michelle Obama's podcast, and she was saying things about her dating. From now on, she's only going to date younger men because of the type of relationships and mindset that men her age have.
And looking for a caregiver. They're looking for a caregiver.
She looking to be a sugar mama, obviously.
Look, that AARP's kicking in. She don't want none of them no more.
No, she said she don't want structure. She don't want the things that come with the man around her age mindset. Far as like basically what she described is structure. Like she don't want, you know how women nowadays they'll say like if a woman cook and clean and stuff, they'll call them a slave and things like that. So she's of that type of mindset. So she basically saying she don't want no man that's expecting her to do the things that her mother and them did back in the day. Well, maybe not her mom, but
like grandparents back in the 40s and the 50s. Hey, each his own. Whatever I say this, whatever makes you happy, find it. Because don't stay with somebody and expecting them to change. And
Well,
you know this ain't what you want.
he was also asking me about when Barack Obama was ending his first term and going into his second term. He was actually promoting gay marriage, and he was asking me, did I think Michelle Obama had any influence on it? And when you popped up, I was in the middle answering that question. I think she was along with it. I don't think she influenced it. I think it's a policy that he saw that he could actually get that vote, and it's also a part of the Democratic agenda. So he was just pushing the Democratic agenda forward, and I think she was in support of it while it was happening. I don't think she influenced it, but I think she agreed with it. So after the fact, if you ask her about it, and then have you seen her brother?
Yeah.
Okay, nope. well there you go.
I don't think her brother supposedly is gay though.
Oh, okay, well maybe he not.
Yeah, I think I heard them say something when they on the very first podcast, like he is a woman or something like that of some sort.
Oh well, I mean, you know, okay.
He's gay though.
I mean, yeah, he's you know, but it's men out here that aren't necessarily masculine, but they're not gay either. But you know, we always have a question mark every time we see this person.
I don't have to agree with it, long as you ain't trying to force it on me. That's it. Don't just because that's your lifestyle, don't think I have to accept it. No, I do not. I'm not gonna treat you wrong. I'm not gonna disrespect you, but don't think you're gonna force me to accept your lifestyle. And that's any lifestyle: gay, bisexual, transgender, thief, hoe, whatever you want to call a liar. I'm not gonna disrespect you. You don't disrespect me, but don't get mad because I don't accept your lifestyle.
Yeah, well, that's the whole conversation in the last decade. You know, with the Me Too movement, and even with Dave Chappelle.
What do you mean with the Me Too movement?
Well, they piggyback on the Me Too movement.
When it comes, who is they?
The gay community, because they, you know, being able to identify Dave Chappelle as somebody that they have been at open war against. Anybody that says anybody that has said anything openly, they have come out against openly, and that's what I'm talking about. Because
has nothing to do with the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement is the movement where women were getting sexual harassed and molested and raped by stars, and now they're coming out saying, yes, this happened, because it was one point in Hollywood, you know, you was blacklisted, blackballed, and all that if you spoke out against it. So now that's what that Me Too movement was.
Well, at the same time, they were riding the back of the Me Too movement and trying to silence people like Dave Chappelle. This was all happening at the same time, at the late part of the last decade. That's what I'm saying. Context. For context, during 2017, 18, 19, 2016, when the Me Too movement was in full swing, that's when the gay agenda, because Obama approved of it, they picked up momentum. And then when Dave Chappelle, you know, made comments, or when Kevin Hart had to go on that apology tour, or when anybody, he said something back in 2008, they didn't like it. And so that's what's happening at the same time, because Kevin Hart was supposed to host the Oscars, and he had to decline from doing that because the gay community Me Too'd him. And so he made comments about his son and gays, and that's the reason why he wasn't able to do that. But that was happening all at the same time, is the point I'm making. So yeah, I know the Me Too movement really was white women, but then, you know, we saw them in full swing when they went after Cosby.
Yep.
And when they went after the white guy that that do all the movies. Weinstein. Well, that's what was the Me Too movement. The gay community piggybacked off of that, and then they started going after black men. So, you know, but I think Michelle Obama.
That's how they got my homie. You know, they got the homie R. Kelly.
Right.
That was my dog. I don't like Robert, but R. Kelly, that's my dog.
Right. Well, you know, I was at
I still listen to his music.
I was at the comedy last Friday, and Lil Duval, he played the hell out of R. Kelly, Bump and Grind, and it was fun. It was funny as hell. I mean, it was cool because this is one of my favorite songs, the remix of Bump and Grind. He played the whole damn song as part of the act, and everybody in there enjoyed it. But yeah, free R. Kelly. Shit, what since you bringing it up?
For real.
What's up, Mag?
Yeah, free R. Kelly. I heard his little thing, his Chris Brown thing.
Oh, his remix?
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Yeah, and it was the most fierest 2 minutes. And then Chris Brown came out and said, you know what? R. Kelly, hands down, there's no one else come on and do this because R. Kelly is the winner of this. And he did that from the penitentiary.
He did his dope, and the other one I saw that was dope was Latasha Scott from
Escape.
Escape. Hers was fire.
Mm.
Those two were those was dope.
Was
dope.
What y'all saying they did?
They did like a remix to Chris Brown's song.
Yeah. He had a challenge. He had a challenge song.
So everybody kind of just remixed it with their own little lyrics to his residuals.
Right, residuals. That's what it was. R. Kelly, Chris Brown had this residuals challenge, and R. Kelly from prison did his 2 minutes, and it was fire. Now I haven't heard hers, but I listened to it since you say it's fire.
Because she talked about not being in the group, the beef between her and her sister. And, you know, she missed her sister. And, you know, they're going to talk about these residuals.
Mm-hmm. What did Kelly talk about?
Huh?
His residuals.
What did talk about?
His residuals, who's getting his money and why they ain't putting none on his books.
Yeah, basically. And he's like, didn't I write hits for you? Didn't I make you millions? Let's talk about my residuals.
Right. Yeah, you need to pull that up and listen to that.
I'm gonna listen.
I got a quick question. Don, do you have another Facebook page?
I do.
Okay, so that is you. Okay.
That is me.
All right.
Until I can get my old one back.
Oh, did you get hacked?
No, I didn't get hacked.
Facebook jail.
No, I'm not in jail. You know, I got a new phone, and they want me to use my old phone, and my old phone stopped working. And once my old phone stopped working, Facebook was like, you need that phone to authenticate. And since I wasn't able to use that, I'm getting that phone fixed. So
can you have the 2-step
verification
set up?
Yeah, but my old number it's complicated. That's the reason why they give me problems. So you know, I'm trying to get it done the best way I can by getting my old phone fixed. You know, I got a Ultra S24, and I'm having to fix. It's just the last
Android, right?
Yes, Android. It ain't no 20. No, it's last year's Android.
By who?
By Samsung. Samsung.
Oh, okay. That's what I was asking. You said Ultra. Usually somebody say like the Samsung, the iPhone, the this, or the
he
Galaxy.
Gave you the name of it.
Yeah, he just said Ultra. I'm like,
well, Ultra is like Galaxy.
Oh, okay. I miss my Galaxy. No lie, I miss my Galaxy. He took the best pictures ever. Yeah. Only reason why I got a stupid iPhone is because my nieces and nephews bullied me. That's it.
Yeah, it's a Galaxy. Ultra S24.
Gotcha.
The one I'm on now is a 25, but I have them fixing it because the display just stopped working. Other than that, I had sound, all kind of stuff. I just can't get on it. And once I get it fixed, then I'll be able to do the two-way authentication. And then I'll be able to get back on my old one. So I had to get a new Facebook.
Maggie, I know you always have topics that you like to talk about. Any topics you like to talk about before we get to the Carmelo Anthony?
Oh, I've been on these white people head about Carmelo.
Let me think.
Man. Yeah.
Just to be petty. You know how petty I
Blacks
am.
are so racist.
We can't be racist. We're the minority.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
not what that
we don't
says.
we don't
Read
have
the
the power.
definition.
Y'all niggas showed and made up a new definition for racist.
No,
It's
read the
actually not a new definition.
Read the definition. You looking for prejudice.
Yeah,
We can
you
be
looking for
prejudiced,
prejudice.
but we
You
ain't
can be prejudiced. You can be
racist.
bigoted. You can be
Yeah.
bigoted, but it ain't
But we
racist.
can't be racist.
We can't be racist because of what?
We're the minority.
Yeah, in the power dynamic of racism, you have to have power over another group in order to be
No,
racist.
you don't. That's what
That's
y'all
not true.
blacks then made
No,
up.
yeah, that
No,
no,
look
no,
it up. It's in the
no,
It's in the
no,
dictionary.
that's
true.
that's true. Race, but Jerome,
I'm
Jerome,
gonna read it to you.
Read it.
you gonna read what?
Hold on, John. Be quiet.
Characterized by or showing prejudice, discrimination, or what's the hell? Antagon. What the hell is that?
Antagonism.
Antagonism. Characterized by or showing prejudice, discrimination, antagonism against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized.
And what are we?
But no. It says typically, not only.
I don't understand when people feel like black people can't be racist when black people, a black person would literally say that they don't like a person because of their skin color, or they make racist
That's prejudice.
comments. How could but that's what the definition just said.
It's
The
showing
definition just said prejudice.
That's a characteristic of it. It's not saying that you're actually racist. Because I could say I don't like something all day. That don't mean I'm racist against it.
You sound like
have to have
him.
some kind of.
See,
That's some
You
white
gotta
person to
have
say.
being racist is like a group of us doing certain things with a prejudiced mindset to hold this group of people back.
That's not what that means.
That's showing racist and racism.
That's not what that means. Okay,
Prejudice
so
is saying I don't like you just because you're white. I don't like you because you're fat. I don't like you because you're whatever characteristics it is that you are. But me, I'm not doing anything personal to make sure that I'm just telling you what I don't like about you.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So you have thousands of KKK members in the United States right now. They have never done anything to hold a black person down. But they are racist to the core.
How you know?
They don't like black people. They're in a racist organization. What do you mean?
Their organization as a whole from day one is what kept us enslaved. Their whole organization from day one is what keeps us from not getting the same jobs as our counterparts. Their whole organization,
the KKK,
trust me, they way up there. Trust me, they may not wear they
no. We're talking about the actual KKK, not white people that you're trying to put in the KKK.
Trust me, they're there. They just don't want you to know they're there.
You're assuming that they're there. We're talking about actual people that's saying, "Hey, I'm KKK," right here. We talking about that.
Do they?
So you remember the KKK, Jerome?
Gonna say it.
You say, "Do I remember the KKK?"
I said, "Are you a member of the KKK?" You raise your hand.
No.
Oh, you want to talk about yourself?
So because they don't,
well, let me ask.
They don't publicly. Hold on. So because they don't publicly raise their hand and say that that's what they are, they can't be that.
That's right.
I personally know.
No, you can't say they that. And be a fact.
I personally know a black man who's a member of an organization, and I cannot remember It was some organization based out of LA.
Crips.
But it was an organization that like they killed white people just to kill them.
Really?
Oh,
I can't remember. I can't remember what the name of it was, but he was in it.
The Guardian
and he literally came out and told me, he said he never personally killed a white person, but he put them in the way to be killed, like he was setting them up. And he did it just because he didn't like white people. And it was a whole group of black people back then who were doing this. It was
you could say that group of
that
people
might have been the
racist.
Crips.
That's what I was saying.
That might be the Crips of the Bloods.
I think the Crips started off that way.
No, that's not what he said. It was
No,
a
they
name.
didn't start off that way.
The white people come down there to buy some drugs, and your friend hook them up with the Crips and the Bloods.
Maggie, why don't you Google it real quick while you?
And yeah, that sound like what happens in L.A. Oh, y'all want
You
some
mean
drugs?
what used to happen?
But yeah,
In
y'all.
I'm
It
pretty
ain't
sure
that
it
rapping
still
no more.
happens.
Huh?
I'm pretty sure it still happens.
It don't happen like that no more. Don't let TV fool you.
I'm not going off TV.
We don't get California news here.
That's what I'm saying. You don't know nobody in California. You just going off what you might hear or what you might think. They don't do that no more.
California.
I'm from Los Angeles.
For how long?
All his life.
I was born and raised out there.
When was the last time you was in California living?
Oh, when the last time I was living out there?
Mm-hmm.
It's been a long time since I lived out there. But
it's
my
not
mom,
the same.
but my mom and my sister's still there, and I go out there still.
He's the only one here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Crips, they not just setting white people. The Crips nowadays, they so delusional, these young dudes, they don't even know really what they doing. They just out there shooting and killing each other. They ain't smart enough to set up no white people like that.
No, they're not. They unified now because Kendrick Lamar unified them.
No. Who's unified?
Kendrick Lamar.
So he's unified with who?
The Crips and the Bloods in LA.
But I'm saying they not setting up white people like that. I'm not talking about what they doing. I've said they're not setting up white people to get killed like that in LA.
Why not?
Because they're not doing that. They don't do that no more.
You need to call Kendrick Lamar, Dunn, if that's what you want.
I don't have to. I'm calling my family.
I said Dunn.
That's active.
I said Dunn needs to call Kendrick Lamar if that's what he wants done.
No. Listen, she said that they not doing that no more.
They're not.
Like black folk out there ain't still doing what black folk do.
These young Negroes that are gang members are not smart enough that's setting up white people to be killed. They're killing each other.
So are they prejudiced?
Yeah.
They're not prejudiced because they're not
against other black people. They prejudice against Bloods. They prejudice against Hoover, Crips. They prejudice against themselves. I know Blood niggas from the same gang go after their own homie in their same gang. Tell me how smart that is.
It's pretty smart.
Yeah, that's not smart. I agree with you.
You know?
But you can say that with niggas out here in Kansas City too. And everywhere.
You know, now if they was smart, shit, hell yeah, they'd be smart enough to still set up the white people. But these young dudes are not that smart. If this was like the 90s, early 2000s, I might give it to you. But these, in the last 10, 15 years, these little young niggas ain't smart. They barely know how to read.
Poor little ting.
For real. Absolutely.
And you saying that based off what?
Because I got family that's in there. I got young niggas that's in there that
like
I know.
Tracy Ross and only date young niggas.
No, hell no. I can't.
She out in them streets.
I'm gonna give me a senior citizen. Go ahead and collect this Social Security.
Yeah, sure.
Come on, Mr. Jeffrey. Let me take you. Let's take your meds.
That's his name, Mr. Jeffrey.
I don't know. That just seemed like an old nigga name.
Mr. Jeffrey.
Come on, Otis.
So Don, when it comes to the what's that boy name? Carmelo Anthony thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you getting your sources from? What sources are you getting your information from as to what happened?
It's all on the internet.
I'm saying, but where? I mean, you can't go off of everything on the internet because
listen, man. When people not only do they tell you about it, but they connect you with the source where they explain what's going on. For instance, you could get all your information on the people that actually witnessed it and the things that they say on the internet. Now, you're right. You can't go off everything you see. But when somebody presents to you people who actually witnessed it, and then they give you details that you didn't have before, then you got a pretty good solid source. They explain that Carmelo Anthony, where he was, and that people actually saw what was happening. And they say that on several occasions, they charged at him, they broke his phone, and they put hands on him. Now, if it was just his word, then you'd be like, okay, you can only take it so far. But when you have 2 or 3 other people that actually saw it, and then they tell you what happened, if they do that on the internet, you pretty much know if what they telling you makes sense.
Did you also hear the witnesses that said he said he was going to go and do something to somebody that night?
Who said that?
I think like friends of his or somebody on his go to school or something like that.
Hello?
Well, yeah. Well, the same way Kyle Rittenhouse. Listen, the same way Kyle Rittenhouse was seen saying that, boy, I wish I had my gun, because if I had my gun, I would shoot some folk. But
hold on, time out. Can y'all see me?
Yeah, we see it.
My phone tripping.
No, it ain't tripping on this end.
Put it on the internet. Get your laptop out.
It's not charged up, and then it's way So, question: you said, did we? Because my alarm went off for work. When you was saying it, did we see who was gonna do something to somebody that night?
He said somebody said that as a witness that Carmelo Anthony said that he was saying beforehand that he was gonna stab somebody. Is that what you're saying, Jerome?
Yeah, he basically going there hoping to somebody would try something. He basically said, I wish a mother would. And
right.
So basically taking a knife, and this is like a friend of his or whoever the case is supposedly had said this.
So because we got a screenshot shit quick before they delete it. But I screenshotted, I forgot on which platform it was, that Austin, whatever his name is, the kid that's unalive,
Metcalf,
posted on his page, riding around. I don't know if it's an air gun, BB gun,
right,
riding around with guns, talking about, I wish these monkeys would show up to the track.
They said that was fake.
The picture was fake.
Oh, so but you go along with that, huh, Jerome?
I ain't went along with one or the other. I'm just.
They said it was fake. You said that so quick. God damn it.
Well, okay, y'all don't see it. Y'all don't know it, so I'm presenting it to you. They said was an AI type of thing. That somebody
that witness was AI then too.
Did that.
That witness was AI then too.
My first question to y'all: why do y'all assume this is a race thing?
The incident is not a race thing. The thing that I think is a race thing is the after fact, the outrage from the white people on how they trying to hang this black boy out.
How they trying to hang him? They ain't gave him no time yet.
No, I'm not talking about the judge. I'm talking about the world, the people that's commenting on him. They wasn't this outrage with whatever Rittenhouse. There wasn't this outrage with Casey Allison, who, mind you, a week or a month before this even happened, he just stabbed a Mexican boy in the bathroom. But you don't hear the outrage about the white boy stabbing him. All of a sudden, it's an outrage on the black boy stabbing the white boy.
All right, now, to be fair, when a white person...
Let me answer your question, Jerome.
To be fair, when a white person kills a black person, ain't y'all outraged?
Not necessarily.
You're a goddamn liar. We outraged and this nigga killed a white person.
Listen.
We do not take it to the extent that we may be like, dang, that's fucked up. But we not out here
y'all
doing
niggas
it like
be rioting and all kind of shit.
No, that's not true.
Because why?
It's always context with it. Yeah. It's not automatic.
What's the context?
The context is it depends on the situation, and we always have to wait for the family to say whatever it is they have to say before we even, look into whether to be upset about it or not. Because so it makes a big difference.
I got a question. When you see the black people outraged, why is it that we're outraged?
Because y'all black?
No, it's because one, that white person killed an innocent person that was doing absolutely nothing.
Right. Like Daniel Penny in New York. With that brother that he choked him.
It wasn't it was self-defense. It's never that kind of outrage for those kind of incidents. If that was the case, we'd be mad about everything every time a black person get killed. No, it's only out. No, we're not. No, we're not.
You might not be. But you black niggas is.
No. You do not see it blowing up over the internet. You don't see it blowing up on the news. You don't see none of that.
You do.
No, you do not.
No, you don't.
You do not.
All right, let me ask y'all.
Name a case that you seen that we was outraged because
me and her are agreeing absolutely on this.
Let me
take a note of that.
Was Floyd doing something wrong when he was getting arrested?
No.
Was he doing something wrong? No, he was handcuffed and the dude had his knee on his neck.
Hold on. Should he have gotten arrested? Yes. Should that cop
Hold on. What did he do?
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
No. Before you go on, what did he do to even get arrested? I never even knew the case.
I believe they said he had a warrant or something, or he was stealing.
But when he out in the street or something?
Yeah, he was outside, but the fact that when they was trying to talk to him or whatever, he resisted. Boom. Arrest him. Boom. You have him in handcuffs. Take his little ass to jail. If he was doing something wrong, take his ass to jail. The part that was outraged.
He resisting as they was trying to arrest him?
No.
Okay. So what's resisting?
I'm just saying if.
Yeah, if you went, listen, there are too many examples. Yeah, there's too many examples of brothers in handcuffs.
There's no reason why he should have kept his knee on that man's neck. Point blank and period. He's not fighting you. He's not a threat. Why do you have your knee on this man's neck?
He deserved due process.
That was the outrage.
Why did they have multiple?
He deserved due process. He deserved due process. He deserved due process. He deserved to be arrested and then have his day in court, not executed in front of the whole world.
And it wasn't the arrest part that made us mad. It's the fact that he kept his knee on that man's neck and killed him. That's what the outrage was. It wasn't the arrest.
So let me ask y'all this. So had he been resisting, would y'all still been mad?
He was in handcuffs. He was in handcuffs.
No,
that's what I'm asking. Because there's several people in handcuffs still be resisting.
No. Yeah, well, you could be in handcuffs and you could resist. That don't give you a right. Yeah, that don't give you a right not to have your day in court.
Unless your life is in jeopardy.
Would y'all have still been upset?
No.
If he was resisting and they did what they did to him.
Killed him?
No. No is the answer to the question.
They didn't kill him. He died.
They killed him.
Right, he killed him. He died.
They killed him. He died.
Listen. You cannot ask a scenario that's less than what actually happened and act like you're gonna give some kind of response. He was not given his due process in court.
No, I'm trying to find out what y'all mindset is because y'all said
I've already explained to you.
No. She said if it was an innocent person not doing anything, she was saying the outrages come from when people are innocent.
The outrage comes from the killing part of it.
If Floyd been resisting while trying to get arrested, would y'all still been an outrage?
What would have been the outcome of him resisting?
Yeah.
The same thing. I'm saying.
Answer the question.
The same.
What is the outcome of him resisting?
I said the same thing.
No,
if he would have been resisting and they still did what they did, do y'all think it would have been outrage?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it really ain't the.
It would be the same as if somebody was running away and they shot and killed him. Same thing.
So what she said ain't true then, because it don't have nothing to do with them being innocent.
No, after
it may not have anything to do with them being innocent.
The actually killing part of it. See, once he's handcuffed, there's no threat that he was down. He was down on the ground. He was down on the ground.
No,
he wasn't a threat. He was down on the ground. He was down on the ground. There was no need for him to put his knee on his neck.
Why did he put him on the ground in the first place?
Because he wanted to show his power.
Exactly.
So he just started off putting him on the ground. Huh?
Yes. Yes.
That's amazing.
And for 10 minutes, what they say, 9 minutes and 80 and 40 something seconds.
Why would he kneel on his neck?
You got Jerome. His whole back.
Why would he kneel on his neck, Jerome?
To hurt him?
No, to kill him. What he did for 9 minutes to kill him. He did exactly what you wanted to do.
Okay, let's take Jerome's point. Was he a threat? Was he a threat? According to Jerome, he was a threat from the beginning, regardless of what he did.
I didn't say that. I didn't say he's a threat at all.
Okay. Questions. But the point is, was he a threat? And that was the reason why they did whatever it was. They were neutralizing the threat, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they were in their right to neutralize the threat, even if that meant killing them, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah, because my question to you is, what made him a threat? They already had him in handcuffs.
I've never listen to me. I don't know what happened. I asked y'all the question. I've never even watched the George Floyd.
Why you got Stunner Stage on in the house?
I'm not in the house. I'm on the TV. But anyway, I never watched the Floyd thing. I didn't want to see somebody get killed on purpose or being mistreated. So I never watched.
I didn't watch.
I never even cared what even happened.
I watched it.
I watched
and I was
the trial.
Pissed off. I was pissed off. I get off his neck, and I saw all the other police.
I couldn't watch that.
Yeah, all the other police holding people off while he was kneeling on his neck for the whole time, and it was frustrating. So when he's on his stomach in handcuffs, there was no reason for him to be on his neck. Because your point about him resisting. That's the point. Was he resisting? No, because there's only so much you can do when you're in handcuffs. And even if you're running away or trying to get away, then you're no longer a threat. That's why when somebody's running away and you shoot them in the back, then, that we've already been taught that that's what a coward do, shoot somebody in the back.
I think that law needs to be changed because I don't agree with that. So let's say you shooting at me,
and
then I start shooting back, and you turn away and run, but you still got your gun in your hand with bullets in it. Now, if I shoot you as you turned away and ran,
that's different.
No,
that's as he. You said as he turned.
No.
If he going in the wind and you still shooting, when you
turn ran, so you running. You ain't on your way turning around. You are actually turned around and start running. But I'm still
so you
back.
So they gonna say. Wait,
hold on, Don. I gotta hear. You said so they turned and ran.
Mm-hmm.
Are they still shooting as they running, or just you?
No,
shooting?
He ain't shooting because he running from me.
He's no longer.
Right.
Okay, so once he,
but he still got his gun in his hand. He just was shooting 3 seconds ago.
Right.
But now that I'm shooting, he's scared and running to get cover. So
and you shoot him in the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're still gonna be wrong. I'm gonna tell you like this, because we in transportation, once they stop swinging on us, and if we keep swinging, then we become the aggressor.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Then we become the aggressor. Then that's our job. So once he stops shooting and he take off running, and he's no longer shooting at you, he's no longer a threat. You take off and go the opposite way. That's how they gonna see it. Is it right? No.
Now,
because
the only time that's an exception.
Gun,
the only time that's an exception is when a white police officer is shooting a black person that's running away. And we see that time and time again.
Say it one more time.
The only time that is an exception is when a white police officer is shooting a black person that's running away. Now, they'll go through hell and high water
and still say he was a threat, even though he wasn't a threat, because now he gone.
Right. And that's what Jerome is saying.
Jerome ain't saying shit. Why you keep saying Jerome?
He's just giving examples. He's not saying this is how he believes.
The point you made, Jerome. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. No, the point you made. I don't agree with that because I'm shooting at him. He's shooting at me. Then he turns around and starts walking away, and he got a gun. And if I shoot him in the back, you said you don't agree with that, right?
To be changed.
Say what?
I said the law need to be changed.
Oh yeah, well, okay, but you don't agree with it, and for that reason, they will say if you shoot him in the back, and they find out he got a bullet in his back and it's from your gun, they will say he wasn't a threat because he was running away.
Yep,
and they would charge you with murder.
Yeah, I know that. I know that's what they will say and what the law say.
Yeah,
so no, but I totally get it because like if somebody's shooting at me and I'm shooting at you and you running away, you still got a gun. It's a possibility you gonna come back and try to shoot me. So I need to get you while I got you in my sight.
Not even come back. Who's to say he ain't gonna turn back around and start shooting?
That's what I mean. Come back. Turn around, come back, whatever. You still got your gun. I still feel you a threat. I need to get you while I can.
Right.
But so the law gonna put us underneath the jail if we do.
Well, they're gonna try to put you underneath the jail. You still gonna have your day in court. But here's the thing: when a person,
Mary H. Parker,
where is self-defense at? Because you still got a case for self-defense, and in the case of Carmelo Anthony, you got witnesses on both sides. There are witnesses that actually said that he was sitting up under the tent. They said the white boy came and told him to move, put his hands on him. And the witnesses say, he said, don't get your hands off of me. He did a Denzel to him. Get your hands off of me. And he said, touch me again and see what's going to happen. Now, to me, that's a person that's trying to avoid something. But if you attack me in any way, then I'm not just going to let you assault me.
You gotta, when you get a chance, look up Judge Joe Brown's explanation of what should happen in this incident.
Do y'all think he's going to jail? Let's say he was white and the other boy was white. Do y'all think he would go to jail for murder?
We wouldn't even know about it.
No.
I know you want to answer that question, but no, we don't know about it. We don't know. We don't know.
You wouldn't know. We're talking about you do know. Do you think in that situation?
No.
What do you think would happen?
Well, me being in my Facebook law school, graduated summa cum laude at IG Law Institute.
So you can take her answer to the bank.
How Judge Joe Brown explained it is if those two boys were committing a robbery when they took his bag, or when his bag grabbed his phone. And in the midst of committing a crime, he defended himself. And at this point, the surviving criminal should be charged with the death of the other criminal who died.
Right. Matter of fact, I knew of somebody that actually went through this here in Kansas City. I used to have a girl that I was going with, and her son went on a robbery with another one of his friends. When he went into the store, it was a hardware store. The guy over this hardware store shot my girlfriend's son, and he died. His friend
got charged with that murder.
Got charged with that murder.
Yep. That's how my nephew is doing your time now.
Yeah. And so the twin brother would have been charged with the murder of his brother because they were assaulting the person that killed him.
But they say they're co-defendants.
Right. Right. So that's really what was said, done. And if both of us was white, that's what would have happened. I agree with that because that's what Judge Joe Brown said. And that's been a law too, that they have been. I mean, matter of fact, this brother died 20 years ago. Well, she might be a little bit over 20 years ago. And that was here in Missouri.
And the only reason my nephew didn't get life because one, he didn't know old boy went in there and robbed the liquor store. Mm-hmm. He was like, hey, I'm going in here to get something to drink and wind up shooting the clerk or whoever was in there. That's the only reason why he didn't get made. He got some time, but he didn't get time like the other dude because he like, I literally, and the dude told him like he didn't know what I was going in there for. I told him I just needed a soda.
So what do y'all think that the boy that died, what do y'all think? No, it ain't him. What do y'all think the prosecuting attorney's angle would be to try to get the black boy sentenced?
Convicted.
Oh yeah, well, if you look on,
they were trying to say it was premeditated. They gonna try to say, oh, he was looking for trouble, but it's gonna be hard to prove it if he didn't know it. And I gotta find it where I was reading it, but they said it wasn't even a knife. It was a sharpener for the cleats. You know, the spokes on your cleats for track runners. It was a sharpener for that he stabbed him with. It wasn't even a knife. It wasn't no switchblade. So it's not like he was walking around with a knife.
Oh, so he clean and sharpen cleats for a living.
That's what.
Well, he was
he's a track star.
He was a track star, Jerome.
I know. So they normally walk around with a cleat sharpener.
I ran track and I don't know. When I ran track, I had plastic spokes. So I don't know. Did
you walk around with a plastic sharpener?
Mm-hmm.
Your internet cut out. It cut out for a second. I think they're gonna say he had a chance to walk away.
Well,
if you can hear me, I'm gonna come right back. My stuff, I can't hear y'all at all. So
there was a size disparity between them. He was a little guy, and both of those twin brothers were 6'3", 225 pounds. And so every time folk make that point, well, they should have just went head up. Well, you know, if you 5'6", 135 pounds, and you standing next to a dude that's 6'3", 235 pounds, and he got a twin, then, you know, you got to do what you got to do to win that situation. So, you know, it'd be one thing if they were both heavyweights, but no. And in Texas, where, you know, they're known to lynch a brother, you know, brother have to be ready to defend himself. You know what?
In Texas?
Yeah, this happened in Texas, Austin, Texas.
Do you know why? Do you know why he was sitting under that tent?
Do I know why he was sitting under the tent?
People say why he was even over there.
I think it was raining and he was just sitting over there. I don't know. I don't know if he had a particular reason for being under that tent, but I mean, I don't see why he didn't have the right to be sitting under any tent. And matter of fact,
I heard it was a private tent.
Yeah, but you heard it was a private tent.
It was hearsay. I've heard
it was a track meet, and it wasn't even at a school. It was a community event.
I heard that too.
So
they try to say it was a private community event.
Yeah, well, yeah, but for kids at track, kids that were in high school at track. So I mean, private as far as what? Everybody that was in track in that area at a track meet, it was a track meet, you know, is what it was. So, and Carmelo Anthony is a track star. Those brothers were just football players. So he had a reason for being there at the track meet. So
no, I'm not talking about the track meet itself. I'm talking about under that tent.
He wasn't the only person under the tent. He wasn't the only person under the tent.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't the only person that wasn't from that school. It was raining that day, and there was a group of people underneath that tent. He was by himself, but he wasn't by himself, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Right. I get it. Was there only one tent?
Well, I don't know.
No, I wasn't there.
Okay, so from what I've heard,
it just all depends.
What I've heard, it's kind of like any other sporting event. You have the home people and you have the guest folk. Team you rooting for is over here. Team they rooting for is over here. The story goes, he purposely went over there to the other team's tent looking for trouble. This is what one of the people that supposedly know him has said. That, remember I said earlier, he said he was going there for some problems and he wish somebody would try something tonight or whatever. So basically they saying
that
he went over there purposely.
In track, I would know there is no their team, our team tents like that in track, because track is so many schools that's there. Mm-hmm. That usually tents are up just for the kids to get shade or shelter from the rain. There's no home tent when it comes to track. Now, if it was like the football game, a basketball game, baseball game, even, then it's usually like they separated teams from teams. No, it was just the school had a tent up.
That's what somebody else was saying on these other podcasts.
Yeah,
it's like you don't even root for people mainly.
Exactly, and track, that's it. You don't. Because it's pretty much, unless you're doing like relays and stuff, it's pretty much an individual sport.
Yeah, it seemed like people that's sharing what they saw is doing everything they can to make this thing a this or that, as opposed to everybody was there for this, and it was a competition for all the young people in that area on that day. Yeah, it was a track meet for everybody. So instead of there being a reason for somebody to be against someone, they were all there together. It was a competition and wasn't nobody against anybody in particular. And so when they put these tents and everything up, it was for all the people that was there. And wasn't no reason to be
antagonistic. My question is, whether it was a school tent or not, you're not the coach to remove anybody. You're not security to remove anybody. Who gave them the authority to go start removing people from underneath tents?
Right.
Well, they said they was bullying them.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, there you go. And the bully is automatically wrong. Listen.
Let me ask y'all this. I don't know if y'all know this, but so is the law.
Jerome is a bully? Okay. My bad,
Is the law, if I smack you, you have a right to stab me?
Hell yeah, because I fear for my life. I don't know what's going to come after that.
Not what you feel is right. I say it's the law.
You have the right to defend yourself.
Absolutely.
I said stab. I just say defend.
I'm defending myself with this knife because so you have the right to stab me. Yes.
That's the law.
The law. There is no law against how you defend yourself.
Yes, it is.
And I heard that he didn't even know. I heard that he didn't even know he killed him, because after the fact he asked, "Was he all right?"
That don't change the fact he killed him.
No, but it do show.
I mean, that's the intent. He wasn't trying to kill him.
But yeah, that proves against intent.
That just proves against first degree.
But
it proves he didn't intend to kill him.
Yeah, he didn't intend to kill him. He was just neutralizing the threat.
Because you didn't intend to kill somebody. If they died, it's murder. Whether you intended it or not.
No, it's
the
murder.
Only thing about the intent is the degree of murder.
No, murder is intent. Then, yeah, if they can prove that he intended on doing it.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's first degree murder.
Well, it could be what's that homicide?
Manslaughter.
Involuntary manslaughter. But
that's not what that is.
What you mean?
That he voluntarily stabbed him.
No, but he didn't mean to kill him.
That you can't prove that.
You
can't prove that he did.
You can stab somebody.
You can prove that he died.
Yeah. But he died.
That he did it on purpose. That he meant to kill him.
Right. You can't. You got to prove you
meant to kill somebody.
Yes, it do.
Yeah,
yes,
it do.
Listen,
because that's what you got to prove.
I'll tell y'all what the law is. This ain't got nothing to do with how I feel.
What's the penal code so I can go look it up?
They have to prove the law, Jerome.
They got to show intent.
If they accuse him of doing something,
that's not how it goes.
Listen, yes, it do. In court, if they accuse, they have to first of all charge him, and then they have to prove that charge.
Exactly, and so that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all's trying to say because he didn't intend to it, he can't be charged with murder. What I'm telling y'all is no. There's different degrees of murder. Your intent depends on the degree you do. The basis that you actually did something to me and I died from it makes it murder.
Not necessarily, because people kill people all the time, and it's not an automatic murder charge, Jerome.
No, it's automatic murder charge. They might plead down to something.
Yeah,
but it's a murder charge. Like
it's gonna be do something to manslaughter is still a level of murder. First degree, second degree, manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter is levels to this. And they got to prove what level of, like he said, murder this is. But they got to prove the intent.
Yeah. Before the police charge him with murder, they going to look at it and they going to say, can we prove in court that this is what he did and it stick?
The police ain't going to charge him with nothing.
No, that's who gives them the charge.
No, it ain't.
No, the police. No, the DA is what thinks of the charge. The police just arrest them. Say, hey, he killed this person. We picked him up.
But usually they say what they picked him up for, and that's
he
what
killed him.
But that's what that's what the police accuse him
of killing a person. They just the DA decides what the charge is: first degree, second degree, manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, accidental, death by bullying, whatever. That's where the DA picks up what charges actually is. The only thing the police do is say, "Hey, he killed this boy. We arrested him."
And they say death by bullying. Boy, y'all niggas show make up some rules and some laws.
So regardless, I think he should have killed that boy? No. Do I think that boy should have put his hands on him? No. Every action has a reaction. It's fucked up on both sides of the family. But I think people should really wait till this is weighed out in court and let everybody get their due justice instead of trying to hang this man like, I know we're not, but instead of trying to hang this young boy out here like he's the worst person ever on the earth just because he killed a white boy, I don't think that's right. Because we don't hear nothing about that white man that ran down that little black boy in Alabama on his ATV. We don't hear nothing. He didn't even get charged with anything.
Right. The police didn't think he did anything. He
didn't even stop. He just speed bump and kept going and killed that little boy.
But Jerome ain't said nothing about that.
I don't know about that. I don't even know what the hell.
It's funny how you conveniently don't know nothing about that.
So you see how hold on.
Play about it. They ain't played it.
So Jerome, you see how it's extravagant when a black person kill a white person, but you didn't hear about the white man killing that little black boy.
He still don't know about Daniel Penny in New York.
Let me tell y'all where I get my
snuck
information
up behind
from.
the brother and choked the shit out of him to death.
I get all my information from Black podcasts. So if I don't know about it, it's because y'all blacks wasn't talking about it enough.
Oh, well, we talked about Daniel Penny killing that brother in New York.
You talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen it. So the people I watch haven't talked about it.
What podcast you be watching?
Enough for me to see it, huh?
What podcast you watch?
Anton Daniels podcast. Some of the
I'm not gonna remember that. Text it to me.
Anton Daniels, I'm sure he talked about Daniel Penny.
He probably did, but he probably didn't harp on it to where as I seen it. I don't see everything he put.
Yeah, because the same is, and I know you heard about Kyle Rittenhouse killing those folks in Wisconsin.
The white boy that went 3 hours from his house with a gun during the protesting and was shooting people.
Right.
Yeah, I heard about that one.
Right. Well, the not only did the prosecuting attorney, but the judge was his defense, and he the same shit they say that a lot of people try to say that Carmelo Anthony did. Kyle Rittenhouse did all of that shit,
and he got off.
Yeah, he got off. Jailbird.
Nigga.
Hold on. So y'all, how many people did he kill?
3.
Three? 2 or 3.
And what was his defense as to why he killed him?
It was self-defense.
He said it was self-defense.
They said it was self-defense. Mind you,
he went 3 hours from his house with his gun.
His mama bought him an automatic weapon. Mm-hmm. He was 17 years old. Mm-hmm. Got him the automatic weapon. Dropped his ass off across state lines. And he was going around the protests looking for people to shoot. And then he finally found 2 or 3 to shoot and kill.
Hold on. So how could they prove it was self-defense? Who did something to him?
Well, I didn't watch his case because I was watching George Floyd, but what I heard is while he was brandishing his weapon, trying to, thinking he was the popo to get the black people in line, he got jumped. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on it, but I think he got jumped. I think. Yeah,
but they ended up subduing him after he killed the people.
Do y'all think he should have got charged?
Yeah.
He did. He did get charged.
No, I'm saying convicted.
Oh, yeah, he should have got convicted like a mug. But if you would have saw... Listen.
Why was he in a whole nother state? He had no reason to be there.
He had no business being out there. His mama bought him the gun that he shouldn't have had because he was underage. Everything that went into this case shouldn't have happened. And his mama should have been charged too for buying him the gun, getting him the gun, and then taking him to do what he did.
All right, hold on, though. So if he got jumped, y'all still don't think that's self-defense?
No, he shouldn't have been. No, he shouldn't have been there.
I don't care if he should have been there or not. If he got jumped and he killed you, same thing that just happened to this little black boy.
Well, he got jumped after he killed some folk, Jerome.
No, she put it to where he got jumped.
I don't know. I don't know if it was before or after. I just know
it was after
that he got jumped.
So, all right. So my question to you, Dunn, is where's the self-defense at? What was he defending to kill these people?
I don't know.
What he claimed.
That's what they
scared of the black people.
Listen, that's what all his defense. That's what all his defense, whether it was the judge or the prosecutor, and even his defense, they were able to come up with that in front of the jury. And so you're right. Where did it come from? They made it up.
I'm saying where it came from. I'm saying, what are they say? What did they specifically say happened to whereas he said, "All right, y'all did this to me. Now I'm finna shoot y'all." What did
I gotta
they
look it up. I can't quote something I don't know.
I didn't hear that happen like that.
No, I ain't saying something happened like that. I'm saying y'all saying they said it was self-defense. That means somebody did something to him, supposedly.
Right. But they said it was self-defense, even though there was really nothing in the story that substantiate self-defense. If anything, His situation showed that you could get a gun and you could go among people with the intent on shooting them. And then the judge and everybody will get on code and say, well, it was self-defense. They put self-defense on him, Jerome, because it was I'm white and I say so argument. They all got together because other than that, it don't make no sense why they put self-defense on him, because he was the aggressor the whole time. He was the aggressor the whole time. He got the gun. He went out among the people. And there was a video earlier of him saying, boy, I'm out here. And boy, if I had my gun, I would shoot these monkeys. Now, the judge said, oh, you can't even admit this in this trial. You can't show any video that shows that Kyle Rittenhouse had intent, because it existed. And we saw the video, Jerome. Now, you talking about intent. There was so much evidence against this boy. They showed him at school, beating up a girl, you know, bullying folk, doing stuff to other students. And all this stuff is on video. But the judge and the prosecutor, well, the judge said, you know what? You can't even admit none of this in court or use this as evidence against him. So it was weird how they did that for him. But because they did, we could say with not Kyle Rittenhouse, but with Carmelo Anthony, that, okay, if you did this for him, then you got to do this for him too.
Ain't Carmelo black?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
they ain't gonna do it for him.
Well, according to y'all, that's only for white folk.
No, but no, it ain't supposed to be.
It shouldn't be.
Listen, the color of law or justice for all, it shouldn't matter if he's black or white. And
it don't matter if you're black
if you
or
say,
white.
listen, if you say because he's white this, then it don't apply if you're black. Then, man, you done broke all, what they call the Constitution and the color of law under the Constitution, because you legally under the Constitution can't do something for whites and not for blacks. You can't do that.
That's amazing.
So you can't listen. Now they find ways of doing it, but the only reason why they don't get away with doing it is because we gonna raise hell and we gonna say, oh, it's gonna cost. Yeah, every time they try to do things uneven in this society, black folks come outside and it costs white folk billions of dollars. And that's exactly what's gonna happen if this stuff goes sideways. Because we're in a generation now where folks ain't gonna accept this unequal thing of law.
So what y'all blacks gonna do if they do come find him guilty and give him first degree? Matter of fact, even if they give him the death penalty, even if it's available.
I don't know, but we gonna see.
Well, why you say y'all ain't going for it if you don't know what y'all gonna do?
I don't, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know to what extent we gonna do whatever it is we gonna do. But I know
when George Floyd got killed.
Yeah, we did. You did not see? Do you not know the whole world started rioting when George Floyd got killed?
What that do?
Jerome, where was you? It caused them to start put these white police officers that's killing black people in jail, something that they had not done up to that point. Derek Chauvin, the dude that killed George, went to jail. Even the white police officer out here that killed Lamb, his ass went to prison too. Listen, white police officers started going to jail that year. Matter of fact, the two father and son that killed that brother down in they went to jail. Why all the white people started going to jail. And prior to George Floyd, them white folks was getting off with mild sentences and stuff like that. But Amber Geiger, the white police officer in Texas, she went to jail for killing Bolton John. White folks start going to jail. That's what happened when black folk went out into the streets. Or white folks is killing black folks start going to jail.
Okay, let me ask you this, Don, since that makes sense to you.
What you mean makes sense to me? What makes sense to me?
What you just said, that they did that and they got the results they wanted. So
yeah, because prior to that, that was not happening like that.
I agree. So my question is, why don't you think the blacks will do the same thing to get other things that blacks have been trying to get? Kind of like restorations.
What you call it?
Restorations.
Reparations. He ain't gonna let you live.
You so damn ignorant, Jerome. Damn. Hey, why don't you just call it restoration?
The blacks would do the same thing to get reparations. since they doing
restoration,
because
we sweating over here.
Huh?
You said why we don't raise hell? Why we don't raise hell to get reparations?
Why do you believe blacks haven't did that? If that got you the results you were looking for, then why don't you think the blacks do that for everything that the blacks complain about that they need, like systemic racism and not giving y'all reparations and stuff like that?
Because we black people are actually trying to get things through the political process.
What kind of sense does that make?
Listen, I'm answering your question, brother.
You answered it. I'm asking you no. What kind of sense does that make?
You know, we're not trying to create a war for reparations, but you know,
why do you think it would cause a war if it didn't cause a war when y'all did it for the George Floyd thing?
Well, at the time when George Floyd died, you know, that video went around the whole world, and people were very emotional about it. It was an immediate response because this happened on video, and we were like, in 2020, they still killing us on video, and now they're not giving us justice. So black folk, there was immediate reaction.
I'll be back.
And folk came outside for that. You know, and in that year, black folk started pulling up to white folks' houses that was doing this shit. All these police officers. So it was really just a crowd responding the way it was. It was an organic reaction is what happened. Now, when it comes to reparations, you know, there's not as much of an organic reaction because people aren't as tuned in to it as they was when they all saw that George Floyd videotape. So, you know, the other thing too is we actually got black people so-called in office that should be fighting for this for us. And we're just accepting the fact that those people that are in office aren't really doing what they supposed to be doing. So, you know, we're going through a political change where black folk didn't show up to vote Kamala Harris in office. And so now, you know, we're working on what we're going to do to get our people in office so that we can fight for reparations, you know, in the Senate and in the Congress and that kind of stuff.
Who are y'all people?
The black grassroots. The people that's actually turning up when it comes to responding to George Floyd, and you'll see them they're on the internet. I can get you to check them out because they're actually organized. And when it came time for black folks not to show up for Kamala Harris, the black grassroots had everybody on point and sitting out this election. And that was the reason why she lost so bad to Trump. because black folks said, okay, since the Democrats ain't gonna do shit for black folk, we ain't voting. And that's the reason why she lost so bad. That's why Donald Trump won so big. It wasn't because black folk voted for him. It was because black folks sat at home. And so politically, we're letting them know that, okay, if you're not going to do what we need, then you're going to fight against the other side on your own and see how you like them apples. But we're using that power to show, okay, when we sit out, your ass going to lose, to say you need to take us seriously. And if you want our vote next time, then you need to deal with us with respect and you need to do our agenda and not your agenda to the Democratic Party. Because prior to last year's election, black folk just showed up and voted. And so, you know, politics is supposed to be war without bloodshed. Now, we could get out in the streets and have bloodshed, or we could practice politics, which is war without bloodshed. And so hopefully we can get reparations without showing up in the streets. But, you know, if the people we elect to office from now on don't listen to us, then, you know, we have other ways of responding, and maybe aggressively. But that's something that we're organizing and working on among our people, which is black people.
Let me see if I can post this. We have one of our viewers saying you don't know what you're talking about, your facts is off and all that stuff.
Okay, well, check this out. If you go on
not what you were just saying.
If you go along Twitter or Instagram and you look at all the stuff that they have posted about Carmelo Anthony, one of the things that you've discovered is that the opinion about it is right along racial lines. It's right along racial lines. And you can, matter of fact, before you even see who said it, you can almost tell who they are based on what they said. And I've made plenty of comments to folks on those platforms that I knew you was white, because what you say is this, it basically is the same thing you say, that how's it self-defense if he had a knife? And okay,
how is it? I'm asking, is that the law? Like, if I smack you, is the law saying you able to stab me?
Well, in Texas is a concealed carry state.
What does that mean?
Meaning you can have a gun or a knife on your person and people not necessarily see it.
No, I know that's what that means, but that has nothing to do with my question. Is it?
I know, but the point is,
if I push you, can you shoot me and you cool? You don't go to jail for it. That's my question.
Well, the way that they apply the law, usually if it's a black person and a white person, they always apply it unevenly. You say it's the law, but when they charge, we see this in the courts, and it's not just in Texas, it's all over the country.
No, is it the law first?
Is it the law that if you have a knife and I have a gun?
No. If I walk up and push you, you pull out a gun and shoot me, is that justified? Is that the law?
Yeah.
Now, is that the law? Not how you feel.
No, yeah. You assault me.
So you can defend yourself any kind of way.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the law, Dan.
Yeah, self. Well, why you don't think it's the law?
Because you look like you just guessing, and it don't make sense.
I look like I'm just guessing. That's why it ain't the law.
No, I ain't said it wasn't the law. I said I don't think it's the law.
Because it looked like I'm guessing.
You know it's the law or not. I think you're just guessing by the way you said, yeah.
Okay, then the question you talking about is whose law you talking about?
It's only one law.
Exactly. if you assault me, if you put your hands on me, then I can defend myself anyway. If I have a bottle, so listen, you put your hands on me. I see a bottle. I grab the bottle and I hit you with it. You saying that's not the law? I can't do that?
I ain't saying nothing. I'm asking, is it the law? I don't believe it is the law. I don't believe it. I think you have to use the same amount of force as being used on you. I don't think you can shoot me only because I pushed you, is what I'm saying. You're saying you can.
Okay. So is it against the law for you to put your hands on me?
Yeah.
Okay, what law is that?
Assault.
Okay. So if you assault me, then I can't defend myself?
Yeah, but there's different levels of assault. There's assault with a deadly weapon, there's assault, intent to kill, there's all kind of different levels. So my question
what about my right for you not to put your hands on me?
You're getting off subject.
No, I'm asking a question. No, I'm asking a question.
Are you asking me what's the law or how I feel about what you finna ask me?
No, I'm not asking you about feelings. Fuck that. What about the law that says that I have a right for you not to put your hands on me?
I just said that's what assault is.
Okay, so I have a right for you not to touch me, right?
Yep.
Okay, because if you don't touch me, nothing's gonna happen, right?
Right.
Okay, well, there you go. If you break the law,
my question.
Well, yeah, no, if you break the law and you put your hands on me, then I have a right to stop you however I see fit.
Is that the law? Or that's
the law. That's the law. I have a right to stop you. That's my law.
See, now we're getting to it. I said, is it the law?
It's the law. It's the law. No. Yes, the law. I have the right to see. And in this country, that's the problem. And I'm talking about white supremacists.
Gary said no. And he's
have already said that as a black man, and this law has been on the book since the 1600s, that me as a black man, I don't have a right to even raise my hand in defense of myself against a white man.
That's the law?
Yeah, that's the law. That's the law.
Is it?
No, yeah. No. In the court. No. You pull up the black codes, Jerome. Pull up black codes, and you'll find out that one of the earliest laws was that black people in no way can be equal with whites, and that a black person can't even stand shoulder to shoulder and look out the same window with a white man. A black man cannot in any way be equal with a white man. And if a white man raises his hand to assault a black man, a black man has no right to raise his hand in self-defense against said white man.
You say this is the law where?
That's the law in this country.
No. Is that a written law or you?
It's a written law. It's a written law.
Where? Show me that. Google it. You be making up shit as you go. But anyway,
I ain't making up shit. Matter of fact, I'll give you Dr.
Clyde says, in the state of Texas, self-defense is governed by Penal Code Section 9.31, which allows individuals to use force, including deadly force, when they reasonably believe it's necessary to protect themselves against another person's use or attempt use of unlawful force. The Stand Your Ground law in the Castle Doctrine, the Castle Doctrine, further defines these rights, particularly in the context of one's home, vehicle, and place of business. The use of force must be proportional to the perceived threat in the person. That's all she wrote. Oh, okay. Continue.
Right. Right. Okay. But there you go. Perceived threat. Yeah. Yeah. Perceived threat. Whatever he perceived. Now you got to get in Carmelo Anthony's brain. What did he perceive? And Huh?
When you talking about Carmelo?
Why we not talking about Carmelo? I thought the whole conversation was around
where it came from, but I'm just trying to figure out the laws because we included a bunch of other folks a few other folks into it too.
Well, we're really talking about Carmelo. Now we can address other people too, but in this particular case, was he standing his ground? Was he defending himself? Was he threatened? You know, they said they put his hands on him, and he told him don't put his hands on him, and he did it anyway, which it could have really easily been avoided had he had not touched that brother. Now, I can understand if he just stabbed him and there was no interaction between them. And then y'all say, oh, well, he murdered him. I would agree with that. But he was sitting down somewhere and he initiated an interaction or a conversation with him that escalated.
Mm-hmm.
And it ended up doing that. Okay, so when does the person that initiated the contact and all that have any responsibility or accountability for it? You know, we got an expression in our community: don't start none, won't be none. So, you know, and usually the person that starts the shit usually gets the brunt of whatever happens. And had they had not made the decision to go that route, then, you know, we could argue that wouldn't have happened. You know, but there's consequences for attacking a man. And we talk about this all the time, Jerome, even with women. Men know that another man is a potential threat. And that's why men don't get into it with men. And so women should understand that. And if they start something with a man, the danger that exists.
According to the law, in the stand your ground law, then Carmelo was wrong.
How's he wrong? According to stand your ground law. Okay, so are you saying that Metcalf was the one that was standing his ground?
No. According to the law, according to what my cousin Shatari put on here, is it has to be proportionality. That means the amount of force used must be proportional to the threat. For example, deadly force may be justified in the face of deadly threat, but using excessive force is not allowed.
Well, how do you know he wasn't a deadly threat? I told you that this white boy was way bigger than this brother. I mean, 5'6", 135 pounds, 6'2", 235 pounds. To a person of the proportional size, a big dude running up on him may appear or feel like a deadly threat. This big linebacker dude is confronting this little dude that runs track. And he's putting his hands on him. Now, Robert Byrd, who also lived in Texas, who these guys in a truck, these white guys in a truck back in 1998, 1999, decided, oh, hey, you want to ride home? And they end up dragging Byrd along the truck in Jasper, Texas. Now, he didn't know that was how that they were going to kill him like that, but they killed him. It was a deadly interaction. And how does this brother know that these white boys wasn't going to do the same thing to him? He minding his own business, and they decide to come, and both of them was there.
Mm-hmm.
So how he know it's not deadly? How do you know that he wasn't responding to what he thought was a deadly threat?
I don't know. I'm just telling you. I'm just saying what I believe they're going to be able to convict him on.
I understand, but at the same time, they can prove that he thought that he was under.
You can't prove a thought, then.
You can't prove a thought.
No, you can't prove a thought.
Well, his response shows that. No, his response. He stabbed him.
No, that's not. It
was a reaction. It was a reaction.
But,
his
so
reaction.
People only have stabbed people that they were being threatened, or something had been done to them?
No. His response shows that he thought that he was under.
That's not true.
Well, what's not true? All we know is what happened.
That's my point.
Why? Then when you use, yes, you do. When you use logic on the chain of events that happen, you can say, when somebody said, okay, how did he respond to it? He grabbed a knife out of his bag and he stabbed. Now, why logically would he do that?
All right, now let me give you an example to why I say you can't prove what you're saying. Somebody can say something to you and you haul off and smack them or hit them. So,
like Chris Rock.
Exactly. So you can't say, all right, well, in Will's mind, he was being threatened and he thought Chris was going to do something to him because he was sitting there disrespecting his wife. You can't say a thought. You can't prove a thought is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, then you can't prove a motive, right?
You can somewhat prove a motive.
Well, motive, a thought. Your motive is your thought. Yeah.
No, that's not true.
And when I
kill you and you owed me money, then that could be considered a motive.
Yeah, but
motive is just having reason to.
Okay, reason, thought. To me, that's the point. The point is, we call the thought the motive, Jerome. That's what we do. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. But you can't prove a thought.
You can prove a motive.
There's no factual way to say we know what he was thinking, even if he says that's what I was thinking.
But we can say we know his motive. His reason for doing it is his motive, Jerome.
I agree, but you said his thought.
But it's the same thing. Listen, his motive is his reasoning for doing it. So we know, okay, what was he thinking, how he was feeling is all connected in that motive.
No. So you keep putting that thinking word in there, and that changes everything.
No, it don't. Yeah, because that's the point. That's the point. The point is, what is your motive? What is your reason? What is your reason for doing it? They can't even prove a crime without a motive, Jerome.
I'm not disagreeing on the motive. You keep saying his motive was based upon what he was thinking.
Okay.
You can't say he killed him or he stabbed him because he was thinking that his life was in danger. He could have stabbed. Listen, there's plenty of people got a rule. If a nigga smack me, nigga, I'm gonna kill you. So that don't mean I'm scared you finna kill me because you smack me. That just mean, nigga, that's my rule. And if you do it, you dead. So it has not. That my point is, you can't say he was thinking he was his life was in danger because he stabbed him.
Yeah,
but he just said, if this nigga hit me, matter of fact, he kind of said it. He said, see what happened.
Listen,
put your hands on me.
Right, but so the smack or the assault was the threat.
We ain't talking about a threat. We talking about a threat of your life.
No, you don't know exactly what the outcome gonna be, whether he's just gonna knock you out or if he's gonna kill you. But you know that when somebody is assaulting you, that the possibility of you dying exists. Prior to him hitting you, the threat did not exist. So you have no motive unless, you know, it's something else going on. But here's the point, Jerome. When he assaulted him, he responded to the assault. Now, people don't like the response because of the outcome. But nobody wants to focus on the fact that had he had left him alone, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation. The whole scenario couldn't be explained then to Carmelo Anthony's benefit. But now, because he put his hands on him and he responded to it by stabbing him, then everybody has these varying opinions. And the varying opinions is consistently along color lines. And when people from the other side say anything, they never say anything about Metcalf's part in what he played in it and in how that is the reason why he got stabbed. Other than that, and it should be that way. You know, every man should be responsible for the decision he makes and the consequences that come along with it. And that man approaching him under that tent had dire consequences. It's unfortunate that he died. And it's unfortunate that his brother didn't tell him, hey, man, let's just leave him alone, man. And let's go on about our business.
Did his brother do something to him too?
I don't know, but I think he was a part of the assault. And then when he got stabbed, he was holding him in his arms when he died. You know, but, you know, I'm pretty sure it wasn't long before they arrested him after it happened.
Let me ask y'all this. What's up, Shannon?
Hey, y'all. What's going on?
Hold on.
Hey.
Let me step away for a second.
I'm just listening for the moment. I just got in and saw the chat still on.
What'd you say, Shannon?
Just listening to where y'all at in this conversation about Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, when people start posting more and more evidence as time goes on both sides, and that's when, you know, the pictures start getting bigger and bigger as far as what actually happened. But most of the white people make the claim that he shouldn't have had a knife, and like what you say, Jerome, that it was inappropriate for him to stab him, even though he assaulted him. That somehow it should have been fair. They should have had a fair one-on-one. And when I look at the size of Carmelo Anthony versus the twins, you know, a head up is not no fair situation. So, you know, I wouldn't expect him to give him a fair one. You know, I don't think he was at the track meet for that. And I think they shared with us in this little broadcast we had here was that he didn't even really stab him with a knife. So what's crazy is details are changing day by day, depending on who's giving an update. And it's obvious that everybody is jumping to whatever conclusion they come to. And I don't know how he's going to have a fair trial where he lived because of how much people are talking about this.
Well, I think I read, I know that I read that in order to try their best to have a fair trial, that none of the video that was recorded on any of the phones, all the phones were confiscated. And that's why we don't have any video of what happened, because everybody pulled their phone.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, as far as being in Texas, all I would want to know is what's going to be a jury of his peers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? What when they corral all the people together to be jurors, I'm curious as to who those people are going to be and what's they're going to look like. Also, I was listening to Judge Joe Brown talk about this case and the self-defense claim that he's trying to make. I think that there has to be something in what they know, and that's why they reduced the bail from $1 million to $250,000.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. But
I think that is a huge tell on how strong that prosecution case might be. Do I think he's gonna get all the way off? I don't think he's gonna get all the way off, because it's a tricky situation when you bring. Well, hey, boo, what's going on? It's a tricky situation when you bring a weapon into a fist fight, regardless, because you're going to have all of these claims of position for he was on a school campus, and he
he
shouldn't
wasn't on
have.
a school campus.
They were at a track meet.
They were at a track meet, but it wasn't on a school campus.
No, they wasn't on the school campus, but they was at a school event. So it's the
Yeah, it
same
was a
thing
school
down
event.
there.
I would
It's
figure
the same thing.
the same thing is going to apply when you're talking about minors or are present, and it's a authorized school event. Let me put it like that. So when you start talking about, okay, in this day and time, because something else they're gonna probably do, because like they said it was a cleat sharpener. Now me myself, I looked up cleat sharpeners. I didn't see nothing that looked like something you could stab somebody with. But maybe I don't know, who knows? Because I don't know nothing about cleats. I haven't. My son probably could tell me more, and
If
I
you
don't
mad,
recall.
if you mad enough, you stab somebody with anybody. I wish this
I don't
motherfucker's
recall.
phone was sharp
I
right now.
don't recall
There could be a letter opener.
in a cleat sharpener. Like, I can't not recall no shit like that. But anyway, nonetheless, when you talking about physical versus a weapon, it's gonna be difficult to see what rose to the level of him using a weapon on young Metcalf, because in these days and age and times, we know that don't nobody want to fight no more. You know what I'm saying? Or they talk, but it's all about shooting up something. You know what I'm saying? They don't really just go ahead and take an ass whooping, for lack of a better word of saying it. And we're going to get into the part where, why was he under the tent? Should that even be a question? Because for me, that part shouldn't even be a question. So when I'm reading a lot of the comments and people that are talking about this, as far as him being up under the tent and he wasn't supposed to be there, no one. What is it? What do we have? Is it freedom of assembly? I can't think of what it is right now, but you are free to move around, and anything that's a school event, even if you went to a school event and you're the rival team, there's nothing prohibiting you from sitting on the other side of the bleachers where the rival team is at. Now, people don't usually do that because they know it will incite some type of reaction, a negative reaction from the other team. But there's really no rule or no law that says that you can't sit up under another people's tent. And on top of that, they're saying that the reason he sat up under the tent was because of it was raining, right? So when we start talking about whether or not it was self-defense, I think we're gonna have it's gonna be a difficult it's not my kid. It's gonna be a difficult sell for self-defense, because even if those are 200-pound people assaulting you, your first option is to flee and remove yourself.
That's why I think he's gonna get charged, because he could have left. And not see, when he said, "Do something to me, and you're gonna see what happens," whatever they said, he said, then I think that's what's gonna get him charged, because he had a chance to walk off if he felt like he was being threatened.
Right.
Because it ain't like they just jumped on him.
Now, they had $1 million bond on him, and this black judge that they said she was a conservative was the one that reduced his bond to $250,000. And because the black community came through, with the funds, he was able to get out and be on house arrest during the trial. And obviously that pissed off everybody on the other side. This whole
there shouldn't be no other side.
It shouldn't be no other side, but it is.
Are you talking about the family of the person that got killed?
No,
I'm talking about the family and everybody that has an opinion on the other side.
I think he's speaking white versus black.
That's what I wanted to ask y'all earlier.
Yeah, this whole thing is political. This whole thing is political. Well, that's because when you hear black people say stuff, it's on the other side. And when you hear white people say something, it's strictly divided by race. With the exception of you, Jerome.
Do y'all think blacks made this racist thing, or whites made this a racist thing?
Don, because
white people make everything racial. We just respond to it.
I don't think it. I
don't. Everything. Black people are racial. Every time the subject comes up with white folks, it automatically is political and is racial, automatically. And when you listen to their opinions, you can tell before you even click on and see what color they are. That's what it is, Jerome. Except
I don't think it should be racial. I think this should be looked at. Of course, we're going to deal with it because that's the way everything goes down in this country.
Right.
But
I think blacks make it.
I don't think it's a racial thing. I think it's
absolutely racial.
It's turning racial.
There's never nothing not racial.
Whenever you finish.
And that's why everything's racist, because y'all blacks think that way.
Well, no, because white people, listen, the reason why there are black churches, because they're white churches. The reason why everything is racial, because that's the way things have been in this country since the beginning.
But everything, no. That's the way things used to be in this country.
No, it's still that way now.
No, they're still racist people. Most of them is blacks. But the point I'm making is
so white people aren't racist, bro.
With a black and a white person, blacks automatically make it a race thing.
Because it is automatically a race thing. That's why when you have white people that do the same, listen, they got white people that do the same thing that you say Carmelo Anthony did, and they get on code to defend and protect them and make them innocent.
I'm not talking about what the courts do. I'm talking about what the public
it's all a part of the system.
No. Listen to what I'm saying.
I don't think so, Don.
I'm not talking about what the courts in the
system. I know y'all don't think.
I'm talking about what
y'all don't know nothing about Neely Fuller. You don't know nothing about Dr. Claude Anderson. You don't know nothing about Francis Cresswell.
You don't know what we know because you're not giving us a chance to speak, Don.
No, because you're telling me
you're not allowing me to tell you where I'm coming from. Neither are you allowing Jerome, because you are just adamant about the race thing, and I understand that race has become an issue in this situation.
It's always been an issue.
I understand that. This is why when I started off, I said it's going to be interesting to see who will be a jury of his peers. When
Absolutely.
the system,
mm-hmm.
if the way it's 9 times out of 10 usually handled, yes, race gets into it because of the way the system is run.
And the people that's going to be the jury.
I'm not referring to that currently. I'm talking about in the court of public opinion when this situation came out. This is not a racial thing. The actual situation that happened, it's not a racial thing.
That's the point I'm making.
Well, it is. And just because you say
you saying the black boy actually went there to do something to some white boys.
You say what?
So you think the black boy actually went there hoping to do something to a white boy?
Nope.
So you think he
went there to go to a track meet. He went there to go to
it on the other side then. So do you think the white boys went there with the attitude of, if a nigga say something out of the way, I'm gonna do something to him?
Well, that's what they did. They approached him.
That ain't what I asked you.
Yeah, because they action showed it. Listen, no, the action showed it. Listen, no. Okay, ask your question again. Ask your question.
Person that did the exact same thing to those twins and they didn't do nothing to him?
Wait, what?
Was there a white boy that did the exact same thing that Carmelo did to those twins and they didn't do anything to him?
I don't know about that. I just know that.
You prove that it's racially motivated?
You said.
What if a person
did the white No. You asked the question. Did the white boy go there with intention on doing something? Right?
Mm-hmm. You said yeah.
My answer is that's what they actions show. They actually approached the young black man, and they said something to him.
What they say?
Get out from under this tent, or whatever they said to him.
They said, hold on. So did they say that because he was black? Or did they say it because he was from another team?
From another team.
I don't know. I don't know if they said it because he was black.
But you automatically gonna make it because he was black.
Well, he was black.
But he was also from another team too.
Huh?
He was also from another team though.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this then, Don. Was he the only black person under the tent?
I don't know.
That's my point. So why the fuck is you so strong on?
I don't know.
Because he was black, as if you know that everybody under the tent was white. He's the only black person under there. So they said, we getting this nigga up out of here. That's my point.
Well, okay.
Act like they got all the facts.
So he couldn't be up under the tent.
Hold on, Don. Also, Jerome, there was a pre-existing situation between those three. That's why when they started digging into the history and coming up with the few pictures and things, they have pictures of these three same kids together. They used to hang out. So that's what I'm saying. You got to know more background story before you just start now jumping into, it's a black and white thing. Now it has become a black and white thing because, yes, black people should support him just the way white people want to support their side if we going to be on some black and white shit. But at the end of the day, the truth of the matter is trying to find out who was at fault. And it might be Carmelo, but then it might not be, depending on more facts come out. But you can't just automatically say that the situation arose because those white boys was being racist towards this one black boy. That's not what happened. Those kids was being idiots, period, as all kids of all colors do at times. In all cultures, they got motherfuckers that's stupid and on dumb shit. Now, if they are allowed to feel like they have an entitlement to do something else, we have to find that out. If that was just an isolated incident. If they just saw a black, that's the first black kid we see, we about to jump on them. No, they had a pre-existing situation going on that hasn't been clarified as to when they actually fell out and they stopped being friends. To where now, for the twins, Carmelo is their target. Not because he's black, but because of the shit they've been back and forth about in school and wherever the hell else they done met at. Is in their high school career as athletes. So if we make everything racial, we're not gonna get to the truth of the matter, and we're not gonna really find out beforehand what this situation is gonna look at and give a fair shot to both sides. Because if the roles were reversed and it was two of us that just decided we just want to bully this one white kid, you guys would scream holy fucking murder and lose y'all's damn mind if that white kid would have stabbed one of the black kids. And y'all would have been like, oh, it didn't rise to that. Take your ass whooping. He could have just got an ass whooping.
I disagree with you, Shannon, there. I disagree.
Now that it's a black, well, just let me finish.
No. Listen. It's racial,
but you can let me finish, though. But you can let me finish, Don.
You can't lie on me and say that I would say
I'm not gonna argue.
You're lying on me.
Go back and forth arguing like that. I just want to make my point. You can make all the points you want to, and you don't have to agree. But what I'm saying is, did the assault rise to the level of the occasion? Was it necessary for him to pull out any form of weapon? Like Caddy just said, who knows what it was? But if you mad enough, you can stab somebody with anything. The problem is, if you make it racial, then you're trying to say that black people can just get away with doing anything. I've been going over this so many times with y'all. Y'all ain't never gonna get white people to hold accountability for themselves if all y'all want to do is do the same thing that they've been doing. I just make it racial, and then I got the right to kill you. You don't have the right to just pull out a fucking weapon. You just don't. You have the right to walk away, or you have the right to stand up there fist to cuff. Now, if you feel like your life is threatened, which your life is not being threatened just because somebody want to fight you.
Of him, he would be justified in the same way. I wouldn't go crazy because he killed a black dude. If the black dude was the aggressor, or if the black dude was the bully. So you can't say that about me. We don't just raise hell because it was a black person. But in this particular situation, when they assaulted him, he has a right to self-defense. Every black person or every white person have a right to defend themselves. And even if he stabbed them,
deadly force.
Listen,
you have the right to deadly force in a physical fight.
When they do it, it happens all the time. If somebody is attacking somebody and somebody stabs them and they die, then yeah, you have a right to defend yourself. You have a right.
We saying is it lawful? You're saying it's okay to do it.
Yes, because in the judicial system in this country, they do it all the time. Somebody is attacking somebody, and somebody is defending themselves, whether it's by a gun or a knife. If they prove self-defense, then they agree with it with the law. So you're saying that he didn't have a right to defend himself, even to the point to where he stabbed him and he died. Why?
The question is, did he have a right to use a deadly weapon and stab him in the heart?
Yeah.
Nobody said that he doesn't have the right to defend.
So why you think he in jail?
What you mean? He's not in jail. He's out of jail.
No, he was in jail.
He's out
on bond, so he's still in possession of the.
He's still under.
Yeah, he's on bond. He's on bond until trial.
So that's not free.
So that's the point. So why you think they arrested him if that's the case? If you can just stab or shoot somebody because they was fighting you, why would the cops even arrest? The cops know the law too. So why would they even arrest him? And I'm sure he probably was arrested by some black cops also. I'm sure they was around.
Okay, well, you sure of that? Listen, in this country, people do stuff to people all the time with the same amount of force, and depending on the color of their skin, they don't necessarily arrest them. But when they decide to arrest them, they, in certain situations, they're going to be aggressive with arresting folk. And then usually when it comes to a black person doing something to a white person, they will arrest them right away. They will arrest them right away. But when it comes to white folk, if a white person did it to a black person, same thing.
They'll wait.
They can arrest them, but they don't. And then people have to raise hell and say, look what happened. And they didn't. And then before it'd be a couple of weeks, then they arrest them. It happens all the time in this country. If y'all
ever did that with a black person,
happen all the time. What we're questioning
No, that's the point. The point is, your question was, why did they arrest him?
Y'all making it the point.
The police arrest who they choose to arrest, and they delay arresting folks when they feel like that too. They don't always arrest folks that kill people outright, depending on the color of their skin. It happens all the time.
Is they do so they never let a black person go that did that. It's always the white folks. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, more than likely they arrest black people right away, even if it's a police officer.
Are you saying facts or you saying what you feel? Because you said more than
likely. No, I'm telling you, the black police officer. No, listen. The black police officer that shot a white woman, she popped up from behind him, and he shot and killed her.
Okay,
they arrested him right. They arrested him right away.
FSU shooter. They let him. He went.
I'm sorry. Who?
Was able to go. The FSU shooter was able to go home and deal with his people and get him. And when he turned himself in, they allowed for the same way.
What FSU? What are you talking about?
See, that's what I'm saying. If you're not really out there knowing everything about every incident.
No, I don't know everything about everything.
It's a black boy that just shot up a college in Florida, in Florida State University. And he was allowed to go home.
I didn't hear about that.
Well, I'm trying to tell you.
But everything I heard about, I can tell you about. But I just didn't hear about that.
You can't just use the only things that you know about to justify an entire situation.
Yes, I can.
You cannot.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Same way you can.
No, that's not.
You go off what you know.
All the things I've heard, I've never seen it happen.
Jerome, there's a lot of stuff that you don't know, and you be making your decisions based off of what you don't know. And I explained to you, I could give you the news clip and show you where time after time. Listen, if you tune in to Professor Black Truth, every Friday he have a crime report. Every Friday he gives you people that have done things and when they were arrested afterwards, and he got hundreds of examples of what I'm talking about. He'll tell you how white people, because of the color of their skin, they weren't arrested right away, and they weren't even made to serve their sentences all the way. And because of it, they get out and do something else. And what they do is so deadly that if they would have actually served their time in the first place, then they wouldn't have been out to do what they did. But because they have the protection of the complexion, then they are able to beat the system and do a whole bunch of scandalous stuff. And this happens time after time.
That would be the issue that we need to be tackling, though. Not us being able to do what they do and just get away with shit. Holding them accountable.
Listen, I'm not talking about Carmelo Anthony getting away with anything.
No, you're not allowing nothing because you're not even hearing nothing. I swear for Jesus. All I'm saying is two wrongs don't make a right. Just because white people do it doesn't mean we should be seeking to do the same thing. We should be seeking to make sure that no matter whether you're white, black, green, blue, or yellow, there is equal justice under the law, period. And as long as we complain, folks like you want to complain about, oh, well, they did it, so we should be able to do it. They did it, so we should be able to do it. All you're doing is moving towards a race war and chaos. You're not actually trying to solve any problem. Because if the problem is that we're not being treated equally, that's the fight that we should be having, to be treated equally. Not to be able to just get away with freaking murder just because I said so. So, because if you're trying to say that every time somebody walk up on somebody with an issue and have a problem, that means you can just kill them, then nigga, what we gonna have going on in this country? We're gonna have a race war and pure chaos. And that includes you, me, and everybody else, old people, young people, kids, babies. It's just going to be a straight up war in this entire country if y'all keep going down that route. I understand that you're saying it's unfair that we get treated this way sometimes and they get treated that way sometimes. We understand that. But the fight is for us to be treated equally, not to just sit up and try to justify our wrongdoings by saying, oh, well, they did it, so I should be able to do it. No.
Carmelo Anthony did was defend himself. And everybody have a right to defend themselves. Yeah, everybody. That's the point. We living in a society that says black people don't have the right to defend himself. And people like you and Jerome is seconding that.
That is not what we're seconding. What we're trying to get you to understand and acknowledge is, first, was this situation one where it rose to this level of defense? Was it okay? Was it a dire enough situation for him to have to want to stab him? Secondly, we want him to be able to be prosecuted fairly the same way, because I guarantee you there's no way that you're telling me that on a school campus, even if it was a white boy that stabbed a black boy, that he wouldn't go to jail and he would have to find a way to justify why he killed somebody in a fist fight or a fight that didn't exist at all. Because from what I understand, it was a whole lot that went on before, and you are trying to eliminate all of the opportunity that this young man, Carmelo Anthony, had to walk the fuck away. You're not about to sit up and just try to say that it's okay. Anytime somebody that's white say something to you, you got to automatically get ready to kill a motherfucker. Especially when you're talking about children. These are kids. Now, what gives them the right? We won't know nothing about what the one that died got to say about why he was under the tent acting a goddamn fool. But we will have his brother who will have to come on the stand and tell us why the fuck was y'all acting a goddamn fool about Carmelo being up under the tent. Like I said, other things are going to come out as far as them having a prior history of a problem, that it wasn't necessarily black on white, it was kids on kids.
Shannon, you normally don't make sense.
Alexander,
you're making sense today, boy. You must be in Texas.
You know I'm in Texas.
Yeah. How many black folk have they found hanging in a tree in Texas?
This goddamn Black Panther.
Yeah. Now, how many white folks have you found hanging in a tree in Texas, Shannon?
This is not what we're talking about.
I ain't never found a black one.
You ain't never found a white one either.
So what's your point?
The point is, we live in a country where black folks are found hanging in trees all the time.
I've never seen a black folks hung nowhere.
So if you think that's such a problem, then why y'all not hanging white folks from trees?
Don't make it right, Shannon.
Oh, now it don't make it right? Oh my God. You just made my entire point. It doesn't, because it doesn't make it right. It means we're supposed to be trying to get everybody equal justice under the law. If they hanging black folks from trees, we shouldn't just start hanging white folks from trees. We should be trying to make sure that these motherfuckers don't be hanging black folks from trees. And if they do some stupid shit like that, that they are motherfucking held accountable in the full extent of the law. That's where the fight is at. The fight is not about no black and white or who we should be able to do whatever the fuck they do. Like I said, that would be pure chaos in this country. Self-defense is a gender as law. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to keep reading. Let someone like Austin, 17 and 200 plus pounds, grab assault my daughter because now you put a girl in it. It's change. You just changed, whoever wrote this, you just changed the entire story when you put a boy against a girl. But let's keep going. My daughter, because she told him she was not moving, and let's see if I cry, if she makes it his last day. You probably won't. But that's a girl on the boy. Or the last assault he ever does. A lot of people are just certified helicopter parents, and they want others to bow down to their 17-year-old son that they let loose on the world without proper guidance about their height, size, and actions, behaviors, being intimidated enough, and even more so when you didn't give the whole thing. Was that it? And even more so when, I guess you're going to say when they black. Betty, I would beg to question if this would have anything, if this would be the same situation if it was a 200-pound black boy, white boy, green, yellow, or blue boy against a girl. You change the dynamic. Obviously, a boy jumping on a girl is more of a deadly threat, so to say, than it would be a boy against boy, even if the boy is significantly smaller. However, why are you guys, my question is to all of you guys, why are we skipping the part where Carmelo could have walked away? What was the seriousness of the situation or the point that needed to be proven to where Carmelo just insisted on he had to be up under the tent? That's what I'm curious about. Because my thing is, in life, you don't always get what the fuck you want. Sometimes you got to take an L. Sometimes you just got to take an L, and that's just how life works. Every time you don't get your way, or you're faced with a challenge, or somebody, makes something uncomfortable for you, doesn't mean that you automatically get to say, well, I get to force an issue too, unless you're ready for what happens next. And if you're ready for what happens next, then you have to be ready for the consequences of those actions. You can't just say that I had no other option other than to be like, it's not like he was backed into a corner. He could have walked away. Go ahead, Peggy. Well, I thought you was trying to say something, Peggy.
Peggy, are you there?
It looked like she was trying to say something at first, but I don't know. This shit is crazy. I can't wait to see this shit play out. Because
that's one of my main things is I wish people will wait until the facts come out in court, because 99% of this probably hearsay anyway. We don't really know what didn't happen because there's so many different stories. And especially on the internet thing, because people reporting stuff they done made up or they put in there, or they believe in anything they read, and people just putting shit on there probably wasn't even there, or people making up stories just to go viral. You know what I mean? So it is going to be interesting once all the facts come out in court as to what happened.
It's really not a whole bunch of different points of views. If you look at the internet, is one side and then there's another side, but each side is consistent on what they say as far as the story goes. It's not really complicated either. You know,
no, because they got people that's supposedly friends of Carmelo saying he went there intentionally to do something.
Right. Yeah.
yeah,
That
but
he was waiting up, and I've heard that too, Jerome. That he wanted to see the twins because, like I said before, it's come out that they already had a prior issue going on, and it didn't have nothing to do with race because at one time they were hanging out together.
I've never heard that.
I've heard that.
I have never heard that.
I've never heard that either. And
Never heard that. And I live right around the corner.
Do some more research. They put out a whole picture of the three of them together.
I've seen all of that.
So that means that they had a prior friendship of some kind.
That doesn't mean that right. And what we're seeing online and all the stuff that's going around, I don't believe any of those things. I do think that we need to let this one play out in court because I think that there's a lot of additional information that we just don't have.
True.
But do I think they were friends and something was going on before? No, I don't believe that. No.
It was. We'll find out.
Why wouldn't you believe they were friends?
I've seen the pictures of all of them together.
But you have to understand that anyone compare you with. I mean, all of the AIs and all that stuff that's going around.
AI, you mean?
AI. I'm sorry. AI.
Same thing. AIs.
AI. Whatever. Y'all know what I mean. You know, a lot of that information is just, people, trying to make this situation more. Either you're on the right or you're on the left, but I really think that there's so much more to this case, and I don't think the boys were friends.
Why don't you believe they were friends?
I mean, they went to two different schools.
And they were in a small town.
There's not nobody at another school.
Frisco is not a small town.
They're not. It's not a small town. LA is huge, and we knew people from other schools. Just because I went to Crenshaw didn't mean I didn't know nobody from Dorsey, Fremont, Washington,
or Fairfax.
And we don't live next to each other, and we zoned. We go to schools. I didn't go to a school in my zone. I was gifted.
It's zoned. These
normally you go to
around
a zone school. Wherever you live at, that's the school you go to. The closest one to you.
And that's how
when we was going to school, you can go to any school you wanted to. So we had people living in the same house going to different schools. So
I lived in Washington neighborhood, so I knew all the kids that went to Washington, but I went to Crenshaw.
Right, and I went to Washington.
Some people use their grandmama's address so they can go to a particular school.
I used my grandmother's house when I went to Audubon. I was going to go to Crenshaw, but I ended up going to Washington. But I went back to my home district, which was in Washington. But yeah, people from all over the city.
I'm trying to figure out why Peggy think they really wasn't friends.
Why they couldn't have been friends?
Because that's I believe all of that's hearsay information.
Yeah. I don't think they were friends.
Because we don't know the facts.
I don't think they're friends because you don't get into it with people that's your friend.
No, they once were friends.
They once were, right.
Like I said, when you
talk about youngsters, they be friends one minute and upset the next minute all the time.
If y'all knew how big these two schools were, you're saying, oh, well, this is a small town this happened here. No, it was not. That's misinformation. Do you know how big Frisco is?
Well, that's the point they was making, Peggy. They saying they live in LA, and LA is 10 times bigger than Frisco, and they saying they still knew people that
Frisco is a metro. I mean, it's part of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro.
No, but you hear what I'm saying? That the point I'm making is even if you put all them together, it still ain't big as LA. And they knew people from all over LA is the point they were making. So it's not like just because we don't go to the same schools or that we wouldn't know one another. And plus, people move, parents move. So you could have went to school with them 1 through 3rd grade or 5th through 8th grade. You know what I mean? Or you know what I mean? So they don't have to go to the same school to know one another. They might have grew up
but
or played AAU ball together.
The other thing was too, and here's the problem. The narrative that they try to put on Carmelo Anthony, that he came from a 2-parent household. He had a real high GPA. You know, he was an honor student and an athlete, a gifted athlete. And the narrative that they try to put out on him was that, you know, he didn't come from that type of background, that he was a thug or something like that.
And who puts that out there? Go ahead, bro.
You said what?
That out there, Don?
That the media did
I was
that.
The media. And if you listen to comments,
what media? First of all,
the news media,
the news media,
social media,
news media, mainstream news.
Media. They got on cold with that type of stuff right off the bat.
Right off the bat, and I do.
Well, since they said he wasn't that, what they try to say he was?
Say he was a thug.
Paint a picture of him as being a thug or something, and he's not. They're trying to put the narrative out there so that for anybody that's a straight up follower that doesn't do their own research, just believes whatever the fuck they say, and so they can automatically picture Carmelo as a threat, as a, you know, as the problem, as guilty.
Right. It's a narrative. It's a narrative.
Like I said, I understand what the media is going to do. We supposed to have our own goddamn common sense to follow this and figure it out in a different way instead of jumping with the racial narrative.
Okay, so when they did that, and it's the same thing that they do. It's the textbook that they use when it's a black person. They don't say it's a black person. They say he's a thug, he's this, he's that, and then in your mind, he doesn't deserve. He had bad intentions because he's not a good person.
That's what they want to paint. But what I'm saying is
what they want to paint. And
when we get involved and get on code to say that, look, we're going to, if it's going to be racial, then okay, y'all going to support old boy financially.
And that's
his GoFundMe blows up. Then we're going to have black people. They're going to also support and make sure his GoFundMe blows up so that he gets, because for more than anything, what Carmelo needs is a great defense team. He needs the best defense that he can have, because what I can have compassion for is if he in fact was being bullied, how that made him feel. But the problem is we still not handling the situation properly. This is my opinion. Black, white, green, yellow, or blue. I don't think from the information we have so far that the situation arose high and threatening enough for him to feel like he needed to stab old boy in the heart. I just don't feel like that is the way to deal with conflict resolution. That is not how we do it, because if you say that that is how we're going to be doing it, we're going to have pure chaos in this country. If we allow them to use, because see, I'm on the guard. I'm paying attention to everything that's going on right now in society that's trying to pull black folks out into the street. And I don't want us to go running out in the street ready to fucking get killed, and we wrong.
Okay. The other thing,
that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that we're not supposed to support Carmelo. If it's gonna be a black or white issue and they're gonna support him because he's white, then yes, we gotta support him because he's black. But we also got to accept if he's wrong in this situation. If he is proven wrong within the evidence as this thing goes on to trial, we're gonna have to be able to accept that. We can't just say
one of the important things
we still feel
that's
like
been missed in this conversation,
and we just gonna go run out in the street.
One of the things that was missed in this conversation
shoot us down
was they immediately gave him $1 million bail.
Okay, so what?
No.
Why can't you allow the process to
the narrative? Listen. That showed that it was racial.
It's right there. That's what.
Because they listen immediately. They put him in jail and they gave him $1 million bond.
And now, right there,
they don't do
that. For you to say it's racial, that means you have to say there's never been a time where they gave a white person $1 million bond.
And show me where.
All you have to do is show me where they did that at.
No, you have to show me where they didn't do it at, because you're the one saying it's
okay. I can show you. I can show you a whole bunch of cases where they didn't do that. But listen,
no. What I'm saying is, you're saying they have never done that for a white
person.
What
I'm saying is, for the same case, all I have to do is find where they did that and show you, right?
No, for you to say it's racially motivated, then that means they have never done it to another race.
They've never done that to
listen.
They've never done that to a white kid.
Listen, white folks. In the case, I have to show you where when a white person killed a black person, they gave him $1 million bond. That's all I gotta do, right?
No, if you can do that, then you can't say this is racially motivated.
Okay, I agree. I will agree with you on that. Because, see, they do things in code out here. They don't say we doing this for this reason. But, however, in this particular case, when they arrested him, which they did it right away, they gave him $1 million bond. The only reason his bond was reduced because a black female judge said, "Oh, this is too high," and she reduced his bond to $250,000.
So why don't you take that as a victory instead of?
It is a victory.
Why don't I take it as a victory?
Why don't y'all take that as a victory instead of still trying to?
But this ain't over.
We're talking about murder.
No. It wasn't murder.
What they put up,
it was self-defense.
They reduced it and gave him the opportunity to be able to pay it, even though his parents apparently, from what they've been putting out, is that they had the money to get them do the $1 million. Because it's only 10% of that. Y'all acting like they had to come up with a whole $1 million. It's only 10% of that, which is $100,000. They raised $100,000. They had already raised $100,000.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
What point are you defending?
Excuse me.
Shannon?
What I'm showing y'all is how you guys are really not even giving credit to letting the fucking system work and letting it play out. You guys are automatically jumping to there's no victories here. There's already one victory. They reduced the bail.
Ain't no damn victory.
That is a victory. He gets to be out while he's going until he goes to trial.
Hello.
No, the victory is self-defense.
Hello?
That's the victory.
Hello.
Well, you gotta get there. We're not there yet. We're not even in the fucking.
But then we're not celebrating yet. We're not celebrating yet.
But if nobody says celebrate, what I'm saying is that you guys aren't even allowing for the process to play out. And so far, the process is actually playing out the way that it should. Okay, the bail was too high. Somebody came in there and recognized that. They gave a black judge. If they was being so racial, it wouldn't have been no black judge nowhere to be found. So they would say.
Amen.
Then it would be and that $1 million would stand. So what I'm saying is, what's wrong with trying to let this process play the fuck out? And why are we just trying to ride with the bandwagon of this racial narrative that is going to be all fucking bad? The way that it doesn't go all bad is that if we, like you say, John, we're going to get on code and we're going to support Carmelo. Whether he wrong or right, we're going to support him if it's a black or white issue. What I'm saying is at the end of the day, when the trial starts,
supporting him because he ain't wrong.
The trial starts, if the evidence shows that he's in the wrong, we are going to have to accept it. If the evidence shows, because there's an opportunity, there's a possibility that the other twin could be charged with murder as well. They're working on that because under the laws of what makes self-defense and what starts a situation and what makes it escalate to a different level and who all is involved and who was the aggressor or the one who started it, then there could be an opportunity for the brother of the one who died to be charged with murder as well, because they have admitted that they started it. So I would implore you to go and listen to Judge Joe Brown break it down, because he explains clearly. He made a reference and he said, just imagine if a clerk is in a store and two people come in the store to rob the store.
Mm-hmm.
They pull out a gun. They want to force him to do this. He pull out his gun. He gonna defend himself.
Mm-hmm.
He starts shooting. He's shooting at the assailants, the people who trying to rob the store, but he just so happened to shoot somebody who was just in there buying some chips.
Mm-hmm.
The person who's going to be charged along with him for the murder, and he may even get off for it. The other person, the two people who came in to rob the store, are going to be the ones charged with that murder, because they initiated the incidents. So what I'm saying is that,
and the clerk ain't gonna be charged.
The clerk is not going to be charged. The clerk will be charged initially, because you got to gather the facts. But the clerk can possibly be let off because he was just defending himself, and that was just what they call it, a casualty of war that he didn't start. So therefore, he will get off, and the two robbers will be the ones charged with the murder of the innocent bystander. So this is all I'm saying. I'm not saying that we're not supposed to be on code and all of that type of stuff. If it's going down to, well, it's going to be black versus white, then yes, we're going to support Carmelo. Of course, we're going to support Carmelo. Just as much as they're going to support the Metcalf twins. Of course. However,
I'm not supporting Carmelo.
However, well, I'm a innocent until proven guilty is where I'm at. So I'm going to support him, but I'm going to also point out the facts that as I see them, and I'm going to be willing to accept the verdict if it matches the evidence. Because what Carmelo is up against is proving that what he did rose to the level of that type of violence. He has to prove he was scared as fuck. He has to prove that he had no other options. He has to, number one, prove that was something that he used in his normal day-to-day routine as being an athlete, that he did not just come to school with a knife. All of those things have to be proven, because I'm telling you right now, what y'all don't want is for him and anybody else to make it okay to anytime you're face any type of situation, you don't take the option to walk away and you can just go ahead and just start killing folks. Because if that's what the outcome is going to be, you guys are about to watch pure chaos and all hell break loose. And like I said, I'm not ready to send my son out in the streets to be fighting to possibly get murdered over something that could have been prevented and that we're not really using our common sense about. I don't even feel like telling no personal story. The shit goes down all the time. It goes down, especially with these kids on these high school campuses and these college campuses. It goes down all the time, and it's not always black on white, white on black. It's sometimes black on black and white on white. What I'm trying to say is we have to use cooler heads and common sense and use our brains and be willing to accept the L. The Metcalf boys already took a L for what they did, and they could possibly take another L for what they did if the brother winds up getting charged as well for the murder. Because if they instigated it, there is a definite case for that other Metcalf boy to be charged.
Okay, I got a question for Jerome.
And building that shit up, and it had been something they had been doing for a while to Carmelo, there is a chance for him to also be charged. So you have to understand that and accept that part too. But if it comes out that this shit was not it didn't raise to the level of him being able to just stab him in the heart, then we might have to take that L and not go running in the streets and get ourselves killed.
Well, it was said afterward that he didn't know that he even killed him. And he asked, was he all right?
Yeah, because he ran. And this is the crazy part. He could have ran in the first place. He could have removed himself in the first place. So it's okay to run now.
Don't
it's still
skip over.
Threat. Why he didn't stab both of them?
Shannon, you just skipped over.
That's my question.
He did not know. And so if he is on record for saying, is he okay? Meaning he didn't know that he killed him. Then the intent is shown not to be there. He didn't mean to kill him.
Don, I told you though, they don't care if you meant to kill him. You killed him. You meant to stab him.
Well, they don't use the same logic when police or other people kill black folks.
Well,
because the outcome is the same. The outcome is still the same. Listen. If he's dead, we could say, well, you must have meant to kill him. But they never use that same logic when prosecuting other folks. Well, and I'm not saying two wrongs to make a right. I'm making this point.
Things, right?
They never do that for that. So they can't do that for that either. The point is, usually in a crime, they have to have motive. The outcome, they could be charged with a lesser offense, like involuntary homicide or something like that. But it's not murder.
And it could possibly be reduced. It's not
it's still gonna be murder.
It could be reduced.
No.
And it still could be murder.
Not murder. They plead down all the time because they cannot prove the intent.
That is not why they plead down.
Yes, they do.
No. First of all, they overcharge you to threaten you with all these years so you can't plead out in the first place. They just plead you out so they can win the case, but still try to satisfy the people that's being wronged.
Right.
Yeah, they don't plead people out. They don't
plead people out. They still have to prove it in the court of law.
Go ahead.
Yours ain't going.
Go ahead, Caddy. Y'all just say ready to run out in the street behind this. Like, I feel like it's been a lot of things going on in society lately that they've been trying to push us to run out in the street and revolt about and put our lives on the line for. And I just don't think this is one of them. I think that a lot of Black people have allowed for the mainstream media to push that racial narrative, and then anybody that's in, like, if you're reading all these random people comments, you reading comments from people in the backwoods, of course they're going to say some idiotic shit and try to, of course, make everything about race. I don't feel like the actual situation was racial, because there are Black bullies just as well as there are white bullies and bullies of all colors.
If it was racial, it'd have been on the Black boy, I think.
A bully is a bully regardless, because of, number one, usually it's because of size. Usually it's because of some type of inner insecurity. So they use their size to make them more than what they are. Also, when you're talking about this case, you're not talking about on either side. Neither the Metcalf boys nor Carmelo were thugs. These were the best students you could ask for. They were all 4.0 students. They were all Well, you know what? I don't know what the twin brother was, but I know that the one that died, 4.0 student, just like Carmelo, good athletes that are looking at prospects for college. They're getting recruited.
Never had problems with the law.
Never had problems with the law. Both sides had 2-parent households.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's wrong with Carmelo.
When I speak on the fact that they put that $1 million bond up and I wasn't shocked, the reason I wasn't shocked is because Carmelo's family, from what we've seen and been told, they had it. They rich. They got money. So they had it.
There ain't no reason to give him no $1 million bond.
That's the reason. I'm just saying that it doesn't motherfucking outrage me.
No, hold on. That is the reason. It's no different than Anthony. That boy that played basketball paying $5,000 for child support, and I'm only paying $200. So it makes a difference.
Yeah, what your people can afford. That is a factor. You're right. But for me,
like what makes a difference is what they usually do in that particular case. If somebody,
it is what they usually do.
Not $1 million bond.
Listen, if you ever notice, when a celebrity or a rich person has a bond, they can have the exact same charge as you, and they bond be crazy high
because they can afford it.
Matter of fact, all you gotta do is check when on Lil Boosie. Every time he said he didn't got arrested, and the bond kept going higher and higher and higher.
Yeah, but they didn't
want you to be able.
Bond would have been not $500, and they charged him $90,000.
Because what it is supposed to protect is you being a flight risk. So if you can afford $1 million, they want to push you to something that high so that you spend the money on bond, not the money on trying to get out the country.
Yeah, but why would Carmelo Anthony try to be getting out of the country?
I'm saying this for this.
He might go to jail for his life.
This is a universal, not
no. If he's innocent and if he believes he's self-defense, he ain't got no reason to flee, Jerome.
If he believes that he's living in a land where white folks do niggas any kind of way,
that's a reason to flee. Yep.
Yeah, well, if he's a high school student with a good GPA, come from home, and his family ain't planning on uprooting and going nowhere. He ain't got no. Where would he flee? If he's a foundational Black American, where he gonna flee to?
Any country without extradition laws, he can go anywhere he want to go. What I'm saying is that
it's highly unlikely.
You're missing the point of the fact that.
No, I got the point. No, you're missing the point.
Because regardless of whether or not he is found innocent or guilty, his life and future that he saw it is over. He's not going to play nobody's football. He's not about to get no scholarship to no goddamn school, and he ain't playing. He ain't running track. That shit is OVER no matter what the outcome is.
That's not true. The same thing happened to Allen Iverson. The same thing happened to Allen Iverson.
Not the same thing.
Killed somebody?
Yeah, he was on trial. Somebody died.
He didn't kill nobody.
Well, then what was he on trial for, Jerome?
He was on trial for killing somebody. He didn't kill nobody. This boy actually killed somebody.
Listen, man. He's on trial for killing somebody. Same way he's on trial for killing somebody. Whether, that's the whole thing about being convicted of being charged with a crime or in connection with a crime. He still had to go to court, and he could have almost lost his freedom. So after it was all over with, his prospect of going to college, let alone the pros, was in jeopardy. Same thing.
It ain't the same, John, because
it's still not. It's not a foregone conclusion that his life is over, like Shannon is saying.
But it ain't the same, because Iverson's case, Iverson was on. They had it on videotape that he didn't do to murder the person. They had the person that had the person murdered, on camera doing it, and all the people that was involved. Iverson wasn't involved, and they didn't charge none of the people that was on camera doing it. They charged Iverson because of who he was. So it wasn't the same because Iverson actually had proof that he didn't do it. They just charged him anyway. So it's a little different than somebody actually.
But then you agree that based on what you knew, that they was just trying to get Iverson. And that was the reason why he was in that situation, because it really don't make no sense for him to go through that just based on what you said, since he didn't actually do anything. They still used the system and targeted him with it and put him in peril as far as his future was concerned.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't think that they're going to use this in the future for people's personal? Now we're talking about when he get out there and he want to still go to college and he want to try to play ball and everything and resume his life. You don't think that the people who have an opinion against him are not going to be the ones that's in there making the decision whether or not
that's a great possibility, Shannon. You're right. That's a great possibility, but it's not a foregone conclusion.
It's more likely than not that if he gets off for this situation, he is going to have to revamp his entire life and rediscover himself. Everything that he thought he was getting ready to do out of high school is over. He's not because they're going to judge him. Because even if you are found innocent, they're still going to judge you on how you process things and how you do conflict resolution. So if you are the type of person where I got to worry about if anytime somebody say something to you or walk up on you, you liable to stab them in the chest. I'm gonna be a little reluctant to allow you on my campus.
Well, I hear you.
Also, Iverson lost all his recruitment, and his mom went and talked to Coach Thompson and begged him and cried for him to give her son a chance, and that's how he ended up where he ended up. So he did lose all his recruitments and stuff, and he was the number one recruit in the country.
Okay. Well, I mean, he recovered from it. But here's the point. That's the point. The point is that we don't really know the future. But what you're saying, Shannon, is a great possibility that it will go down that way. But, it's not a guarantee that it'll go that way. It could go another way still. And it could be a story that out of it, he comes out all right. It's that possibility still exists.
He's not coming out all right, regardless, and you know that.
Well, that's where you say that, but we don't know that.
I do know.
Okay, but we can agree to disagree there.
He is not walking out of jail and into Harvard. It's not happening.
Well, he probably don't want to go to Harvard.
That's where he wanted to go, though. And something Ivy League, something big.
Well, yeah, he'll probably figure something else out. I'm sure.
That's my point. He's gonna have to.
If he's talented enough, they'll figure something out. If he's really talented enough in track, they'll figure something out.
Please.
Hey, if they can make money off of him, just like Iverson.
You know how long it's about to take by the time we go.
If they can make money off of him, they'll figure it out
10 times over.
Well, if they figure out how to make some money off of it, they get amnesia when it comes to being able to make money.
I'm sorry, I just need to understand. He will not walk away unscathed. And this case is not the only obstacle. This is just the first obstacle he got to get over. He got to be found innocent first to even be able to have a leg to stand on to talk to going to any schools or playing any more ball. He gonna have to be found completely innocent.
Well, he can be found innocent
with people who have made their mind up in the court of public opinion. And 9 times out of 10, that's when the racist shit come in, because we are not the ones in majority of making those decisions, so where we'll be more willing to overlook what happened and give them a second chance.
Oh, so they gonna punk us into convicting them? Is that what it is?
That's not what I said, and I don't even know how you even heard that.
Hey, so did y'all see that the colored folks had
you said the color. Go ahead.
well,
the blacks. Why don't you use Trump's term? The blacks.
The Anthonys had a
press conference.
The blacks.
And kicked the boy's father that died out of it. And then a guy made a statement that was doing the press for the family, their spokesperson. He said that the father was being disrespectful and something like irresponsible or something stupid to his son by being there. Mm-hmm. How do y'all feel about that? Y'all agree with that or disagree? Now, listen. First of all, the man, the white one, he didn't do anything wrong. Matter of fact, he had
a halo on his head when he showed up.
He also said that he sympathized for them because they actually both lost a child. Yeah. Basically, he lost his to death, and they may lose theirs to jail. Mm-hmm. So he said that first. This is
they ain't lost no child yet. They ain't lost no child. But okay.
Yeah, they may lose it. Don, are you listening to black people?
I don't think
this is why you colors can't get together. Y'all don't listen.
Right.
I said they may lose their child to jail. What's wrong with you colored folks?
Well, that's the white man's narrative that he's putting out there. I lost a child and you lost. No, they ain't lost a child. Yeah, no, but because I don't listen and bow down and say, yes, sir, you so right. We might lose one and you lose ones too. Then I'm not listening, right?
Well, how about
you're not listening because you didn't repeat what I said. You said he said something different.
No, I didn't. You said I lost a child and you lost a child too.
No, that ain't what I said.
What'd you say?
I said he said I lost a child and you may be losing a child too to prison.
Right. And they haven't lost a child.
He didn't say they lost one. He said they may. Now, is that not true?
Well, no, he still got to have his day in court.
That ain't what he said. He didn't say they will. He said they may. Is that not true? So is there a chance that he could go to jail?
Yeah, there's a chance he can go to jail.
So that makes the white man's statement true then, right? See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all blackity blacks are so fucking black against white folks that y'all can't even listen and give a honest answer.
I already gave an answer.
But you lied on it.
But I'm not licking the boot when I do it, and you don't like that.
Nothing to do with licking the boot.
It is. You want me to lick the boot when I say it? No. I answered the question. Listen, I answered the question. Yeah. So go ahead. I'm not gonna kiss no ass. I'm gonna just give you a straight answer. Yes. Go ahead. Yes, to answer your question. Yeah, it might be true what he said.
I think, Jerome, that when the father of Austin Metcalf came to the press conference, I think because of exactly the attitude Don has right now, he wasn't even given a chance to.
It wasn't his press conference
to express anything.
Yeah, it wasn't his press conference. It wasn't his place.
He might have been there.
The Anthonys was having a press conference.
He might have been there to support them and offer some fucking understanding.
He should have had his own press conference.
Given a chance.
Should have had his own press conference.
Yeah, but see,
they probably didn't invite him to the press conference.
Somebody had to invite him. How you know about
all them niggas there wasn't invited. They don't.
They have the press conference. Yeah, but they had the press. They had a press conference.
Okay,
did they invite him to the press conference? Did they invite him to the press conference?
Let me say this though, Don. If you feel like that, Don, if you feel like he wasn't invited to the press conference and he shouldn't have been there, then Carmelo shouldn't have been under that motherfucking tent because he wasn't invited to be in that tent. Come on, listen to what you saying.
Hit him.
Listen to what you're saying.
No, one thing does not mean the other just because you say so. Whatever. Listen.
No, listen to what you're saying.
No. He wasn't invited. So that was the Metcalf's tent that he was under? Is that what you're saying?
That's what they said.
Did that tent belong to the Metcalfs? No, the question is, was the tent belong to the
The
Metcalf?
press conference arena belongs to the Anthony.
No, listen. If an entity calls a press conference, that don't mean everybody is invited to the press conference.
And if I put up a tent,
they want the media. No,
invited to get
listen,
up
now I've had press conferences before. When you have a press conference, you're inviting the media so that you can make an announcement over the news about your particular situation.
And that means can't nobody else come?
Nope.
That means if whoever you invite to the press conference can come.
Well, whoever I invite
everybody listen, and everybody else does not necessarily have a say.
Don, you're not making no sense.
Oh, it makes perfect sense. If Jerome's family has a press conference, I can't just invite myself to the press conference.
Yes, you
No.
All right, I'm gonna give you an example why you can.
No.
I'm gonna give you an example why you can. If you have a podcast and you're gonna do a podcast on what's being said at the press conference, then you are part of the press. You can come there and gather your information just like anybody else. You the freedom of the press. You don't have to be a media person to be press.
But not everybody that's there can just participate in the press conference either.
Say that again.
Not everybody that's there can just participate in the press conference.
He didn't try to participate.
Then what's the problem? Then what's the issue? If he was just
there, they put him out because he was there. He didn't do nothing.
They put him out because he was there.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything. They just put him out.
Nothing.
He didn't say.
Okay. Then why did they put him out?
Because he was there.
The same reason that the Metcalfs put old boy out of the tent.
Listen, did the Metcalf boys have the right to put him out the tent?
Did the Anthonys have the right to put their father out of the press conference?
Out of their press conference? Absolutely.
No, they did not.
If they called the press conference,
that B just chose to ask him to leave because since they were having a problem with it.
You know what? I'm gonna have to hear about this because I don't think y'all got all the information. I think y'all just telling me what.
But if he didn't, no, because if he didn't agree to leave, just like Carmelo didn't agree to leave, then he could have walked up and stabbed one of them, right?
Yep, he should have, just to prove a point.
Yeah, and if so, they were smart.
He would have got off because he
Hey, listen. They avoided a situation where he could have just walked up and stabbed one of them. So they put his ass.
They didn't put him out. They asked him to leave.
You reaching.
Well, it's the same thing, Jerome. If they asked him to leave, they're putting him out.
No, because the white boys asked Anthony to leave, and he didn't leave, so they didn't put him out.
But they didn't have no right to make him leave from where he was.
Anthony's family didn't have a right either.
Yes, they did. They called a press conference.
That don't matter.
Wherever they called the press conference. No, Jerome. Listen, if you call a press conference and you want to talk to the people through the media, you have a right to have there who you want and exclude people who you don't. That's
depends on where you gotta have it. You gotta have it in a private place.
You gotta have it in a private place.
Yeah, you can't just.
Well, where did they have it at?
It wasn't private. Obviously, he got in.
No. The question is, where did they have it?
I don't know where they had it at. I'm telling you.
Okay, so how do you know it wasn't a private place?
Because I know the situation that happened. You asked me a specific where they have it, nigga. I don't know where they even live. I don't know where they had it. I know it wasn't in a private
If you know where it happened, then you would know if it was a private place.
No, I know
that he showed up uninvited.
It couldn't have been so private if he walked in.
That's not true. It could have been a private venue, and he decided somebody told him about it, and he decided he was gonna be there anyway.
But how is that private if you can just anybody can walk in?
Because the event itself, the press conference, could have been just for the media to come in the family.
But you're saying if the place was private. So if it's private, that means people are stopping folks from coming in. Can't just anybody get in if it's private done. That's what private means. You have to break in.
Like, say, for instance, they decide to have it at a church.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't necessarily mean that it's open to the public because they're having a particular event, a press conference.
At the church guys.
Unless they lock them doors, it's open to anybody to come in. Mm-hmm. Listen, if you have something private,
it depends, man. It depends.
You're gonna give somebody some type of access to get in there. They're gonna have to show, hey, I have this to be able to be here.
And when people are coming in, a person can come in with the people that's coming in. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is open to the public. They just having a press conference. They trying to get the media there so they can put it out over the media, a statement from the family.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what happened. Since you guessing, the family said exactly what she just said.
What she said?
They said that they didn't want anything to end up happening, so they think it'd be better if he would just leave.
Right. Makes sense. They trying to prevent anything from happening.
Yeah, but that goes against what you say. You're saying it's private and he can't be there.
No, what I'm saying is they are preventing anything from happening.
No,
so they make
that.
Don,
you changing what you said.
No, it's a press conference.
If he wanted to stay,
he showed up
and let it escalate to wherever it would have escalated to. He chose to go ahead and honor their wishes and leave because they didn't want him there. They didn't give him a chance to even know if it was going to escalate to something negative or positive or whatever.
That makes sense.
Leave, and he left.
That makes sense.
And if you're going to understand that happened, then you can understand why Carmelo gonna have a hard time proving self-defense, because when he was asked,
one thing don't prove the other.
And with a bunch of bullshit,
one thing don't prove the other.
He could have chosen to remove himself from the situation.
They could have chose not to put their hands on him. They could have chose to leave him alone. That's always going to be a point, and I don't understand why that don't make sense to you. All they had to do was leave him the fuck alone.
And all he had to do,
they had a right to leave him the fuck alone. They had a right to leave him the fuck alone. They had a right to leave him the fuck alone. They had a right not to touch him or say anything to him.
He had the right to walk away and not.
No. He wouldn't have to do anything. They had a right to leave him the fuck alone. Period.
I hear you.
Yeah, don't start none, won't be none.
Well, it's some. And
the reason why the shit happened was because they started the shit.
I mean, hey, it's okay.
And they got to be responsible. You got to be responsible.
Just be willing to go to jail, okay? No. You just be willing to go to jail. Just be willing to risk your life as well if you feel like it's something worth fighting for. So if Carmelo felt like it was something worth fighting for and there are consequences for his actions and he was willing to take the chance on going to jail and losing his future, then so be it. So you don't start none, won't be none. At the end of the day, it's going to be something on both sides. He is not coming out unscathed in this situation, and neither did those Metcalf boys. So don't start none, won't be none.
If the white boy would have left him the fuck alone, then we wouldn't even be.
Just as long as you are willing to suffer the consequences, you got it.
To do whatever the fuck he want to do. Right. And and so, okay, he had the right to leave him the fuck alone.
Right.
Period. He had a right to leave him the fuck alone. But he chose to waive his rights.
Don, you should get them shirts made saying that and go to the court thing along with the rest of the blacks that want to support him.
A shirt that says what?
He had the right to leave him the fuck alone.
Exactly. He had the right to leave him the fuck alone. Yeah. And you know, I mean, I would go back and say every white person that ever fucked with a black person had a right to leave him alone. But the outcome was different for a whole lot of black folk. This was just a black person that didn't let them do that to them.
So answer me this. They start the fight. The twins start the incident. Carmelo stabbed one boy, one brother.
And that ended the whole thing.
Can I finish? Damn.
It ended the whole thing.
And then, listen, the twins start the shit. Carmelo stabbed one of them. What would be yours? What if one of the other twin would have stabbed Carmelo? So now we got 2 dead kids, and we only got the one twin still standing. What would you say then?
That's unfortunate.
And Carmelo got what was coming to him.
No, I don't take that position.
So you just hang with the blacks, no matter they right or wrong, then? Huh?
Hold on. If they wrong, I ain't with them.
You sure?
I think he's right. I think he's right. I think he was defending himself. Yeah, and that makes him right to me. Your narrative is not mine. Yeah, that's when it comes to that. Yeah, that's the reason why I think he's right, because he was defending himself. Yeah, he was attacking him. These big twins, these linebacker twins, was accosting him, and he was defending himself. 5'6", 135 pounds. Yeah, and that ain't no fair fight. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Shit my ass.
Man, please.
But Jerome, you ain't never been 135 pounds. So you might be able to, it might be a fair fight with you. If the twins was fucking with you, then I would agree with you if you stabbed them and they died. Yeah, you would be fucked up.
Athlete.
Yeah,
he's a track star. He could have ran the fuck up out of there before something went on.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. These are linebackers. They used to catching motherfuckers head on. Linebackers are usually used to running up on motherfuckers at a pretty good speed. Yeah, they used to doing that. So could he have run? Who knows?
Well,
in theory,
I would have done the exact same thing as Carmelo did. I just still think he's wrong. I'd have been wrong too. Well, I don't think he's wrong. I just think it's against the law. I think he's right for doing what he did. I just think it's against the law.
Well,
see, there's certain things. There's certain things I would do against the law and then just deal with the consequences of it. Although I don't think it's the wrong thing to do, I do know that it's against the law. So that's my situation with this. I don't think he did nothing wrong, because I would have did the same thing. Matter of fact, I wouldn't even wait until they hit me. If I think you're going to hit me, I would have stabbed. So I don't think he did the wrong thing. I just think he did the unlawful thing.
Well, what makes it unlawful? I mean,
the reason his ass in jail, the same charge they gave him, would make it unlawful.
Yeah, but I think the reason why they put him in jail was because they ain't gonna not put a black man that kills a white man in jail.
What's the charge?
A black man killing a white man. That's the charge.
That is against the law.
And in states like Texas, and they are not going to let a black man not go straight to jail when something like that happens.
I don't blame them.
And really, it doesn't matter what state he in. That's the same thing.
I don't blame him.
Because in Missouri, it'd be the same thing.
You know what's so crazy? If you niggas was involved in charge of making laws and was running shit like the white folks is, or at least y'all say they are, y'all would do the same for y'all people. I don't know why y'all got a problem with they doing it for they folk.
They doing it right now.
We the most racist people on the planet Earth.
Okay,
we have a problem with white folks being
to the
racist.
point that they can't even just be honest that
that's because
that he gonna go to jail for this. Like you just said, like nigga, I probably would have did the same thing, but I'm willing to suffer the consequences. That's what I was trying to say.
I think everybody,
right in how you,
regardless of color, you have a right to defend yourself against an attack. Now, I don't care what color you are. If someone is coming at you and you didn't provoke it, I'm just as like, say for instance, a black man killed a elderly white woman, and the elderly white woman wasn't doing shit but walking. I would be really angry at the black man that did that, and I want him to be executed for that shit, because that is fucking wrong.
To be executed for this shit. So.
No, listen. Listen. Depending on
Michael Minor, I'm gonna send you the link.
Yeah, depending on the offense, whoever it is, if they kill somebody that's truly innocent, then whoever it is, it should be capital punishment. I think if a black person kills a black person,
if Carmelo found guilty, it might be capital punishment for his ass.
No, I would see. That's why I disagree. And I'm gonna be pissed because, in my mind, he was defending himself.
In his mind, he was defending himself.
Yeah, in my mind, he was defending himself, and the white boy was the aggressor.
Was he according to the law? Because see, I was doing research to find out about stand your ground, because I have seen many instances where it seems like somebody got shot just because they was walking up. You know what I'm saying? They got off for it.
Listen,
not necessarily that they got hit. And I've seen the black and white. I've seen it work on both ends, because remember when the boy that boy socked that woman. Remember that woman got socked in the chicken food place or wherever that was. She was getting something to eat, and then her son came in and popped the old boy and killed him.
Yeah,
they got off. Stand your ground. They got off, right? So I think he was justified. I agree with that. This is what I'm saying. I'm interested in seeing if the stand your ground law applies in this situation, because
he was justified because that man was beating her up. And her boy got the gun and shot him.
I know that happened. I'm saying, I'm speaking
in that case, it was self-defense.
Damn, you so biased you can't even listen, and I'm actually on your side right now. I'm trying.
No, you're not on my side.
I am. I'm trying to get you. Well, fuck your side then. I'm trying to get you to understand that I'm interested in seeing.
That nigga a racist.
He fucking gone. Like, damn, you can't even hear what I'm saying. Give me a chance.
That nigga Black Panther for real.
Like, he motherfucking, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I bet he got I'm saying, because if stand your ground law applies, Carmelo might have a good chance of walking away from this. He might have a good chance, but I'm interested in seeing how that applies to this situation.
Apply.
What?
How it don't apply? How it don't apply? He was somewhere and they approached him, and he's defending himself. That is stand your ground.
I ain't gonna argue with you, Mike. Come on the show, man. I'm about to get off in a minute anyway.
Yeah, that is standing your ground. He's standing his ground. Yeah, he's standing up against this bully that's putting their hands on him. And he have a right to be there, and no one put their hands on him.
And you could possibly be very well correct in that statement. You could very well be correct.
That's what I was telling Jerome. He has a right not to be fucked with.
He got a right to go to jail too.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Listen. Go to jail. Because they are going to circumvent the laws and make it where he go to jail. That's what they do in court all the time under the system of white supremacy. It's called I'm white and I say so. And you go right along with it. And then you say, because when you say, why did they put him in jail? You say, well, then why did they put him in jail? Because they decided that he was a black man that killed a white man, and you gotta put him in jail.
I don't believe that.
Okay, well, you don't have to believe it. That's what happened. And they do it all the time.
Do they do that to white people that kill black people?
Oh, man. George Zimmerman.
No.
Do they I'm gonna give you an example.
Don't pick the example where they didn't do it.
Daniel Penny. Daniel Penny, when he killed the black dude on the subway, he didn't go to jail right away.
Do they not do it? I say, do they do it? Have they ever put a white person in jail for killing a black person?
Right away?
I don't give a fuck how long it takes.
Oh, well, see, now that makes a difference too. Listen, if everybody that kills somebody, if everybody that kills everybody, they put them in jail right away, then I will tell you they equally do. No, they don't. No, they don't. As a matter of fact, the only time they do it is when black people start when black people start talking about it and it goes viral.
So
then they put the white person in jail and bring them up on charges.
Okay, so you're saying when a white person kill a black person, they all go home. They
go home. They take them to Burger King. They do a whole bunch of shit with white people. They never do with black people.
I hope you don't work with white people.
Work with white people. Listen, the white people I work with, as far as I know, they don't do none of this shit, and I don't have to have this interaction with the white people that I work with. Every single white person,
white people in this category.
Listen, every single white person don't do it, but when it happens, that shit is public record, and you can see that that's what, in general, they do all over this country.
Well, that means you niggas need to quit doing stuff then. If y'all know the laws is against y'all
listen, man.
Doing things.
White people kill white people, and they don't necessarily throw them in jail right away.
So why you making it racist then?
Because when it comes to white and black, because listen, don't ask me a question and then don't give me a chance to answer it.
You do
when it happens, when it's white and black, you see them aggressively address the situation in that, and because it's public record. Time after time, example after example, it happens the same way every time. But when it's black and white,
also just said they do the same thing for whites on whites. So if they do the same thing for everybody,
but in the news, listen, Jerome, in the news, you don't even hear about it.
It don't matter in the news if you hear about it as long as they doing it.
Listen, man.
I ain't hear this in the news.
That's because I'm tuned in to news people on the black side that actually broadcast this news and talk about it. And so that's how I know about it. Other than that, in the mainstream, you won't hear about it because the white media doesn't make notice of they don't want you to know all this other stuff that's going on. But if you was tuned in, you would know way more than what you know, because the white media pick and choose how they want you to think, and that's the way they put the stories out there. And they don't talk about white on white stuff that happens.
You're saying there's been plenty of times where they did the exact same thing to the whites.
And you didn't hear nothing about it.
Done. That has nothing to do with the results.
It do have something to do with the results.
No, if the results are the same, then how can you say one is racist and one isn't?
I'm not saying the results are the same, Jerome.
You did say the results were the same.
No,
they do the same thing. They do the same thing to a bunch of white folks.
What I'm saying is, when it comes to how long it takes for them to arrest and put folks in jail in the white community, you don't hear about it as much, but sometimes they don't take them to jail right away either. But they most definitely, when it comes to white on black, it's the same pattern over and over again.
Maybe because, like you just said, it's pushed out there. Maybe they do it a lot of times and don't take them to jail and they don't report that. You ever thought of that?
No, because
like
it's
you don't hear the white. It's like you don't hear when it happened to the whites. Why you think it don't happen the same way with the blacks? Because you watch certain type of media. So your type of media probably is the ones putting out there what you're looking for or the stuff you want.
No, I'm not looking for anything. When people when people tell you what has happened already in the news, they ain't putting out anything. They just sharing the news that it's out there, but you don't hear nothing about it because they don't publicize it and make it national news, even though it should be national news.
All right, Dom, I'm gonna give you a perfect example where you can understand, and this is your boy. This is kind of the same thing as when black women were coming out saying Kevin Samuels need to talk to men and talk about men and all this. And Kevin Samuels had already been online for 3 years talking about men, and nobody seemed to have heard about it, but it's been in the same place all that time.
I heard about him doing it way before.
We talking about done. We talking about all these black women that came on there saying you don't never say nothing about men, but he been saying something about men on the same platform.
That's just because they weren't informed.
No. That's the point I'm making. So your media that you hearing this stuff about is putting that out there for you to hear because that's what they're going out there to hear.
Because they push a narrative.
Listen, man, every Friday.
Oh my Lord.
Every Friday, Professor Black Truth brings out this crime report. And in this crime report, Friday after Friday, he got years worth of Fridays where all he talks about is the crime that your ass don't hear about, but it's out there. And it's out there for everybody to hear. Now, if I tell you, you need to listen to him, but you won't listen to him because whatever you got in your algorithm ain't got shit to do with it, and you don't know anything about it. Okay. Kevin Samuels was online for years, and the only time women got interested was when he said that a woman was a 7 or some shit like that. And then women didn't like that shit. And then all of a sudden, here come an influx of women wanting to talk to Kevin Samuels. And you're right. He was out here for years and they didn't hear anything about it. But that's just because they were ignorant of Kevin Samuels. And so their ignorance only meant that they weren't tuned in. But once they found out that he was there and they said, well, you don't talk to men. And when you said he was talking to men, they ignored that still. They didn't care nothing about Kevin Samuels talking to men for 3 or 4 years and being hard on men. They tuned that shit right on out. So it didn't matter because you could go back over his history and you could see all the shit he said to men. Same with the black media. You could be ignorant of all the shit white people do, or you could get tuned in and you can find out about it too. But
I think
you can't come to me and say that, you know, not Kevin Samuels, but we didn't know because we didn't hear that information. And so based on that, we're not aware of it. I'd tell you, well, you could easily find out about it and then you can get caught up and find out that a lot of white people aren't instantly put in jail, even when they do crimes against other white people. But why is it racial when it's blacks? Because it's, well, the whole issue of race was created by whites, and it's baked in the cake. It's baked in the cake. It's baked in the cake. No, it's baked in. No, it's baked in the cake. No, no. Well, you can't do it. No, you can't do it because it's already baked in the cake in the criminal justice system, not only in this country but around the world. White supremacy. No, listen. the system of white supremacy is global, and especially in the United States, because it's the foundation of this country.
So then why are you so goddamn surprised about everything that's going on, and why aren't we fighting?
It's not about being surprised.
Change that.
No.
Trying to just do the same.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not losing battle like that.
What I'm surprised about is we have Negroes who are saying that it ain't racial when it's never not racial.
This Negro does not feel like it was initially racial. I think that these were 3 fucking kids doing what kids do, act fucking stupid and irrational because they are not exactly old enough or been groomed enough or even have had these kind of experiences enough in order to know how to deal with a situation properly.
Then why did they give him $1 million bond? Then why did they give him, if he's a kid,
emotions.
Okay, if he was a kid going off emotion, why was he given $1 million bond? You don't give a kid $1 million bond.
But you are also watching the system
that don't have a criminal record. That is not. Yeah, they don't.
You are also watching the system try to, at least in some form or fashion, correct itself by reducing the bond to something that is reasonable so that we can get to the bottom of this. I'm not saying the white boys was right. I'm not saying Carmelo was right. I'm saying what we should be looking for is equal justice under the fucking law, and then also give the fucking system a chance to fucking work for a change. This is murder. No matter how you spin it, it's murder. So it has to go through some type of due process, and it can't be all based on emotions. All of this racial shit and this bias that you are spewing is all emotional. That's why these boys is running around acting a fool and they don't know conflict resolution right now. Because it's so goddamn emotional about everything without thinking anything through and actually trying to see a positive way of dealing with the fucking situation. They reduced the goddamn bond, which means that they are trying to allow for the system to fucking work. He has to go to trial. This is not a black and white situation. These are the fucking 3 motherfucking dumbass kids who don't know fucking how to act.
And then y'all blacks made it racist.
Parents taught them. They out there doing what the fuck they want to do. The Metcalf boys was doing what the fuck they wanted to do, and Carmelo did what the fuck he wanted to do. And they're young. So at the end of the day, if y'all not going to try to figure out how to get this goddamn due process to be fair, which I think it's trying, then what are we talking about here? Everything else is just pure emotion and pure race baiting, and you're falling for the shit. And then the next thing you know, next time y'all don't get y'all motherfucking way, that means that all the black people supposed to run out in the goddamn street and protest and act goddamn fool and give these motherfuckers a reason to shoot us the fuck down. Come on, kill that noise, bro. You're not even really hearing yourself. Everything you're saying is completely the same thing white people saying. You just saying it for black folks.
Okay, well, you gonna squabble up? That's what you're gonna do when he come running up on you?
I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm still.
Are you gonna be emotional?
I'm still here, and I've been in many situations.
Are you gonna be emotional?
I've been jumped by fucking 3 bitches, and I'm still here, and they not, and I ain't in jail.
And you wouldn't have stabbed them if you had something to stab them with?
I tried to kill them hoes. I ran their asses over with a whole goddamn car, bro. And I didn't go to jail. Due process had to play the fuck out. I was accused of the shit. Yes. Oh, this, that, and the other thing. But guess what? When them motherfuckers came and when the process played out and why I was there, why they were there, what happened, why it happened, and the outcome of what the fuck happened, at the end of the day, my ass is still fucking here.
I'm glad you're still here.
You have to allow.
And you defend yourself.
The process to play the fuck out. You can't always just jump to the fucking conclusion that it's gonna be all fucked up for you. When I made my decision to try to kill some motherfucking hoes, I knew that it was a possibility that I wasn't gonna be able to raise my son because he wasn't but motherfucking 2 years old. I knew it was a possibility that I motherfucking could be in motherfucking prison for the rest of my motherfucking life. But I made a decision. So you have to understand, Carmelo made a decision. Now we got to see whether or not that decision was justified.
Hi, Travis.
Hi, Travis.
I agree with you. And your outcome, and I'm glad your outcome came out the way it is, because I think you was defending yourself.
I was extremely blessed, but I also wasn't running from the motherfucking law, and I stood 10 toes down on what the fuck I felt. Just like Jerome said,
I don't think Carmelo is either.
Same motherfucking thing. I just know that I might have to suffer consequences for it.
How much was your bond?
Nigga, I didn't have no goddamn bond, because by the time they came and saw what the fuck, because I was like Carmelo and them, I left like a motherfucker. They had to come find me. But by the time they found me and the situation played the fuck out and they had a conversation with me and they saw how I was living and what I was on and what the fuck happened, that changed the whole motherfucking dynamic of, oh, I'm at fault. But I still had to worry about that when them motherfuckers clanked my gate. And I saw that motherfucking police cars and undercovers at my thing. I walked the fuck out. I didn't motherfucking try to hide or be like, oh, I ain't gonna deal with this. I knew I was in trouble one way or the fucking other, and I got to deal with this shit. Carmelo got to deal with it. It doesn't mean that he's automatically going to lose, but he also has to take accountability for what he did and justify it. And if it comes out that it's justified, then it's justified. But if it comes out that it's not, we got to accept that too. That's my point. Hi, Travis.
Hey, I'm trying to determine whether or not is this just for entertainment purposes or not.
No, they for real.
No, this is a knockdown drag out around here.
Well, anyways, it's been kind of interesting. I've been sitting here doing some stuff on my computer, so I've had a chance to listen to you guys. Actually, probably more than I should have. And I really just want to make just a couple of comments about the Carmelo Anthony situation. Two things. First of all, I think initially it was not racial in terms of him, the attack itself. I'm just saying initially it was not racial, but as soon as it happened, people started choosing sides. And I think that's when it became racial. I don't think the initial act was a racial thing.
I think the blacks made it racial, Travis.
Well, truth is, you really cannot blame black people for making things racial.
Yeah, you can.
No, listen.
Go ahead.
So often, what you're going to, a lot of times, what people say, well, why does it have to be about race? I've never heard a black person say, why does it have to be about race? So what I'm saying is, oftentimes, black people have that response. The onus is normally on black people to talk about the fact that that it may be a racial incident. And if you guys, I was just listening to you guys, if you guys think that most stuff in this country is not about race, then you're delusional if you think that, because the sad reality is way more is about race than we want to admit. And whether the black people say it first or not, does not mean it's any less racist because a black person says it first. But I promise you, way more stuff than we want to admit. And somebody was saying, I think Jerome said something that's not like it was maybe years ago. Well, I grew up in Texas. I went to school at Oklahoma. I lived in Missouri for 40 years. And now I live in Illinois. And I have been to the state of Alabama more than I have any other state in the country, because I go there practically every year. And you know what? I haven't seen a difference between anybody. I mean, the people in Alabama versus the people in Texas, Illinois, and Missouri, they're basically all about the same. As a matter of fact, I've had some things said to me worse in Illinois than I have almost anywhere else. So, but listen, not because, first of all, when you wake up in the morning, when you go out in the street, you are aware that you're black. You are, and everybody doesn't have to get up with that reality in the morning. That you see a police car, well, you're black, and you're gonna probably act differently. You see, you walk into a store, you walk into a bank, you're black, and you tend to act maybe just a little differently. It's funny because I will wear my mask in the bank with a cap on sometimes, but I would never wear my sunglasses too in the bank. So what I'm saying is, I always felt some kind of way by wearing a mask in a bank, and but since it was the thing that you did, it's probably okay. But the whole point, my bottom line is, I think after the thing happened, people started choosing sides, and a lot of us chosen along racial lines, and I don't think like the initial thing. I really don't think it was racial. But if you think that this thing is not racial now,
I think it's racial. I think the blacks made it racial, is what I'm saying. Listen, this is my point, Travis. There's always going to be, racism has always existed and will always exist. It's not just in America, it's everywhere. And if there ain't going to be racism, be sexism and all this other stuff. My point, though, blacks tend to put racism on every goddamn thing. It don't matter what it is. If a white person is involved, blacks is going to say something about race. Now, my thing is about that is you can say that if they don't do the same thing to whites also. But if they're doing it to the whites also, then you can't say it's racism. Because how would you know the difference? Y'all both getting the same treatment.
Well, first, there's no such thing as the same as equal treatment here in this country when you start talking about race.
It is on a one-on-one basis, though. See, I can understand if y'all talking
there's
about
no one-on-one basis.
No.
Listen to what I'm saying. I can understand when y'all talking about the system. But y'all blacks do that shit against every fucking body. It don't matter if it's the system or one particular, or your neighbor downstairs or the teacher at the school. It's like if a white teacher say your student is a little slow and they need to go to a class that's a little slower so they can learn, then they'll make that racist.
Well, Jerome, hold up a second. Now, whether you want to believe it or not, and I don't have any statistics on this, but I promise you, they're more apt to say that about black kids than there are white kids. Now, do
you think white kids are smarter than blacks?
No. That's not what I said. I'll say no, I don't. As a matter of fact, I have my own information to prove that black kids, when taught the same way and the same resources as white kids, are equal as smarter.
You know what? And I have my statistics that prove the opposite.
Okay, no. I'm talking about equal.
I am too. I'm saying when you got white kids and black kids in the same class being taught by the same teacher, what tends to happen is these black kids and they're bullshitting and doing shit they ain't supposed to be doing, so they're not paying attention and getting.
No, that's a whole different. Then we want to blame. No, that's a whole different story, Jerome. That's not what I was talking about.
No. It's proving the point I'm trying to say. The same thing you're saying. You're saying that you have statistics where if they're being taught the exact same thing, and what I'm saying is, well, there are situations where we're being taught the exact same thing. But you have to be choosing to listen and actually try to learn.
Yeah. And if they're not doing that, then that's a whole different thing.
Well, that's my point, Travis. So if they saying you're slow and you're not learning like you should, then you may very well be a damn genius. But if your test results are showing differently, how the hell are they supposed to know?
Well, you guys know my son Lexi, when he was in maybe the third or fourth grade, they was talking about putting him into they was sort of suggested that he had some type of an issue. Well, of course, and black mothers are really pretty skeptical about those type of calls that are made by teachers. Well, anyway, so of course, Mary Alice told him, no, you're not going to put him in this conflict. You're not going to do that. Well, anyway, my son, as you know, he went to Rockhurst, which is probably one of the toughest and one of the best boys' schools in Kansas City, and did excellent. And then he went on to get an architecture degree. The point I'm trying to make is, it's for some reason people do find it pretty easy to classify Black kids that way more frequently than they do than other kids. And and I know there are statistics along those lines. So you really have to be careful when the teachers start talking like that about your kids, anybody, because that does happen.
That's another thing. See, I'm like you saying that, but you act as if they're not putting white kids in those same classes.
No, that's not what I said.
That's my point. So my thing is, if you're saying they're doing that about Black kids, and the Black kids are actually smart enough to stay in those classes, then there's also some white kids like that also. But they have to go off of what they're going off of. I don't think it might be a few that do it, but most people are not just putting your kid in a slow class because they Black. If that's the case, I'm sure they ain't the only Black kid there.
Well, bottom line is, like I said, they tend to, the history will show you, they're ready to put a Black kid in a class like that quicker than they are other kids. My last comment I want to make was whenever I hear Black on Black crime, I just cringe when I hear that term, and even white on white crime, because I have learned there's really no such thing as Black on Black crime.
Right.
When a Black person kills another Black person, if he's killed him because he's Black, then that's Black on Black crime. Most Black people that are killed by other Black people, it's for
it's crime opportunity.
Yeah, it's and convenience more than anything else. Yeah. And that's what you're associating with that person, or you're having something to do with that person. But Black on Black crime is when a person is killed, and when a person does something else to another person simply because he's Black. That's right. That's what Black on Black crime is. And so I hate
your
definition
though.
So gang banging wouldn't fall in.
Black on Black crime just mean a Black person did it to another Black person.
Well, that was a term that was created in the 80s and used in the media and repeated over and over again. And we repeated by saying Black on Black crime. But nobody kills somebody because they're Black.
No, that's
they call it when a Black person, and like to say, they never use the term white on white crime, which most people kill people who are in proximity to them. Right. And it's just usually the people of their same ethnic group or race.
Right.
Do y'all think if a Black person kills a white person, they kill them because they was white? In most cases?
No, I don't think so.
Do you think if a white person kills a Black person, they kill them because they were Black?
It's more likely.
More likely.
You niggas are prejudiced.
You know what? But okay, let me ask you this, Jerome.
Mm-hmm. Don, let me ask this question first.
Okay.
Jerome, do you agree that a white person that kills a Black person is more likely to get off than a Black person that kills a white person?
Yep.
Okay. So that being said, white person.
The reason why I'm more inclined to make that an issue.
A white person might okay, look, I got the system behind me. I'm going to be okay, so I can take my chances here. So and that type of thing. So that type of thing could happen. I don't know if it does or not. I'm just saying because, and I don't know where you guys have been the past 12 months, because if you're not aware of the thing that's going on in this country right now, it's enough to make you want to really give some thought to a whole lot of stuff. And if you're not paying attention right now, well, that's not good, because there's a lot of stuff that's going on right now. When you're talking about, let me just make one little quick thing about DEI. Wouldn't it be great if there was no DEI? Wouldn't it be great if there were no quotas and that type of thing? Wouldn't it be great if that was the case? And a lot of time, and a lot of time, that existed because people were not given a fair chance, or people were not did not have representation. And if that were the case, where people did have fair representation, it wouldn't be necessary for certain things like that. So, but anyway, I'm gonna continue doing my work I was doing tonight. I did want to chime in with those couple of comments.
Travis, before you go, Travis, I'm gonna ask you one question based on what you just said. Do you believe in meritocracy?
Absolutely, but guess what?
I got a follow-up question. Hold on. Do you believe that in this country, without some type of affirmative action or DEI, blah, 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 because I'm not exactly saying I believe in DEI, but this is just a question. Do you believe that in this country, meritocracy can really be implemented fairly?
Well, you know what? It could be, but anybody will tell you this if you don't believe this statement here, and that is meritocracy in terms of let's take you know that we have to work harder, and you know we have to be overqualified and more qualified to get some of the same jobs that our counterparts get. If you guys don't, do you know that? Are you guys aware of that?
Well, if I agree with that, then I would be agreeing that we need affirmative action or something of some sort.
Well, listen, no, and you're probably right. We need affirmative action for something like that, because people are not being fair in the hiring process and the firing process. Right. So again, you know that we've always had to work hard. If you see
if we have to work harder.
When you say we, you talking black?
Well, yeah, I'm talking about black people have to.
And that's my point. If we have to work harder, then how are we able to ever make meritocracy something that we can land on, or that we can live on, or that we can eat off of? Well, because meritocracy means, and from my understanding, that we don't have to work any harder than anyone else.
No. Well, that's what I'm saying. The problem is
possible and be qualified, just as qualified or more.
No, but listen,
and that would go for anybody. So it would mean that when people are going over applications, they have to absolve themselves of their bias and completely hire based on what
they don't do that. But they don't do that.
And this is what I'm
saying.
They don't
do that.
They don't do that. That's how come sometimes when I promise you, when you go when Jamil goes into a job interview, I promise you, they've already looking at him a little bit differently. It depends on who. I don't care who. If he's been interviewed person, whatever. I promise you, he's look at a little bit differently than if that when Robert or Mark goes into that same job interview. And it's been proven.
Do y'all have a problem with that?
I agree with you. I'm just saying, I'm asking the question is, can we actually ever implement true
Don, what do you mean by the problem with that?
Without having some type of affirmative action, DEI, or something that would govern people removing their personal feelings and literally only taking and accepting people or hiring people through what is on their resume, not the person that came and sat in front of you. Hire me without asking me my race or my gender. Look at my resume without knowing whether I'm black, white, green, yellow, or blue, or whether I'm male, female, or transgender, or whatever that looks like. Literally just the resume.
So do y'all have a problem with people hiring folks like that?
If we're going to go off of meritocracy,
people do that all the time.
How you're supposed to hire? You're supposed
to hire. But people don't honor the law of meritocracy.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's just like any law. People have to actually honor the law. It's like segregation or whatever. Well, you could say people have to do this legally, but if people don't practice that, then they'll just save face, and then they'll not hire you behind your back, or they won't honor it.
What would we need implemented in order to govern that then, to govern people's biases?
Well, you can't govern people bias.
No, you can't. You really can't.
So then we
And
can't
that's
really
been the issue
ever
all
really
along.
working on meritocracy then. Am I correct?
Well, the problem is, Shannon, people, I mean, it's just going to happen.
Bias is baked into the cake already.
Yeah. You see so many people that are overqualified in jobs. And simply because of this thing in terms of meritocracy, you'll see people with master's degrees in the same job with people that don't have a degree at all, and maybe hired around the same time. And sometimes the Black people are forced to take jobs that they don't want to take because they maybe couldn't get the one they were actually qualified for. Now that's real stuff. Whether you want to believe it or not, that is real stuff that's happening. That has always happened in this country.
I'm just asking a question as to how it could be governed.
Well,
or if it's possible to even be governed.
Historically, Black people have always been overqualified when it comes to wherever the job, like coming out of slavery. Black people were the only ones that knew how to do all the work. I mean, we had been doing all the work for hundreds of years. So once slavery ended, they started getting all the immigrants to come over, and they weren't able to do the work like we was. And so they created unions, and then they boxed us out. But we were always overqualified. Or when we got educated and we got the degrees, well, they just looked at us and said, you were overqualified, and that's why we can't hire you. They've always moved the goalpost. So when it came to meritocracy, if they were hiring the people that was most qualified, it's been always us, because we have worked 10 times as hard and we were 10 times more qualified. And instead of overqualifying us, what they did was they used us to train these uneducated, unqualified white folk, and then they would get them the job.
In a lot of cases, maybe a little less educated, and some of that was economics too. You know, you're making $175,000, and has a master's degree. You got somebody coming in with the undergraduate degree, and you can pay them $125,000. Well, and sometimes it was economics, but that was not always the case.
Y'all never answered my question earlier. Do y'all have a problem with that, for them hiring folks like that and not hiring the Blacks and stuff like that?
Well, I have a problem when a person is not I have a problem when the job is not given to the most qualified person,
right,
for the job.
I agree.
That's what I have a problem with.
But the funny thing is, we would do the same thing if we owned the company.
Well,
if you had a child that needed a job, but someone else was more qualified than them, or if you had a family member or whatever the case.
Oh, that's different. That's different. If you own the company, if it's a private company, of course you can hire anybody. You can hire you're hiring a family member.
But that's my point. But the moral of it is the same.
No,
it would be
the best person for the job.
It would be the same if everything was equal.
No. I said the moral of it is the same, because you're still not hiring the most qualified person. And so you're hiring the person that you like, that has something to do with you.
Well, you know what, Jerome? That's you and your company. That's the decision that you're making that could very well may affect your bottom line. So you don't care. They don't really care about that. Let me tell you guys a funny story. I don't think you guys knew Mary Alice when she worked at Hallmark Cards. But when she first came to Kansas City, you know, she had just come out of Indiana with an MBA and got recruited by Hallmark Cards to come to Kansas City. And must have been about 3 years into her job, she had to go down to Rice to interview Don Hall. Now, you guys know who Don Hall is. Joyce Hall was the owner of Hallmark Cards, and he turned over to his son, Don Hall. And then it was Don Hall Jr. So Mary Alice had to go and interview Don Hall Jr. Now, look, everybody already knew that he was in line to become the president of Hallmark Cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it didn't matter. You know, I'm sure he probably was not the most qualified person he was probably not probably not the smartest person, but it was a private company and it was his family owned it. So yeah, he's gonna get the job. That's different than and there've been a lot of instances where people have not hired that family member because they knew they weren't ready and they had matured to a certain level. So
Yeah, but
that's not
most cases they don't.
So
yeah, right. A lot of cases they don't. You're absolutely right.
But that's my point. So if we know, we would end up doing the same thing if the company was ours or we was the ones in charge of hiring. Then why do we have a problem when the white folks do it and hire their own?
Jamal, I think if the person say, well, why did you hire your son over them? Because he was my son. And you can I'm sure you can get away with that if you didn't hire this guy who was well qualified for the job. Well, you weren't to hire your son for the job. I don't know if a person can get blamed or be criticized.
Well, I ain't talking about the rightness of it. What I'm saying is, morally, if we would do the same, then how can we now blame white folks when they do it, when they hire their own?
I was not talking about.
Isn't capitalism the exact killer of meritocracy?
No, I don't know about that. That's way over my head.
Yeah, that's a reach.
Well, what I mean by capitalism is exactly what Jerome basically just said. It's their company. This is according to how that they've taken it over. This is their country. So regardless, we would never be able to get meritocracy because the system of capitalism says that if you start a business and you can do what you want to do, it's your business and you can do it how you want to.
And you don't have an opinion on what other people do.
You don't have an opinion on it
when it comes to them hiring a family over somebody else qualified. I mean, you can have an opinion.
With meritocracy would literally kill nepotism.
Well, not necessarily. If a person, if a company has, a company could think, okay, well, listen, I know my son is not qualified for this, but I'm gonna make him their president. We're gonna have the right people around him, all this kind of stuff, and he'll think he's making decisions that he's not making. So there are some cases that where you have that type of situation where this is a family member. But for the most part, it's not going to happen if a family member's not doing what he's supposed to do, not running the company. You've seen it on television where, no, you out of here. You can't do this, son. And so that's why I wouldn't kill it, because people are not going to let the company go down the drain because they got a son that's not, a daughter that's not handling the company right. I don't think people are going to let it go down the drain because of that. Although some companies are going down the drain because
they got shareholders and all in the ground. Stuff. Especially if they got shareholders and just think about companies like Procter and Gamble and all these places have been around these companies have been around for years, and they've kept these companies in the family.
You're talking about public. You're talking about non-private companies, not the ones who got shareholders and stuff like that. That's a whole different game.
Well, those companies, they figure it out with their family, but they also figure it out within their community, and they keep it in the family.
Well, the way you do that is through the board. When you're dealing with when you're running a family on when you run a company that's no longer just a family owned company, but not you have the stocks and all this other kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Well, you kind of structure your right. You know who you got on your board, and you know who's who, and you kind of structure everything around that to keep that type of thing in place. And in most cases, a successful company, a family member is going to be given the benefit of the doubt just because of family history. Just like, did you guys talk about LeBron James and his son on this show?
Not yet. I gotta go, guys. I would love to continue this conversation like literally tomorrow, but I have to go. This was good. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut y'all off, but I'm a depart.
No, well, I'm leaving too because I've talked about 15 minutes.
We're all gonna leave,
but I gotta go. Let's pick this conversation up sooner than later. Let's pick this up sooner than later.
We'll talk more because I had some more to talk to y'all about anyway.
And Jerome, I could go live tomorrow if you with it.
Yeah, we can see.
Whatever, Tuesday.
I'm woke.
But I like that. I want to keep the momentum on this right now. So we don't want to really delay too much, but I gotta go. Love y'all.
All right,
That'd
love
be
you
good.
too.
All right, y'all.
I'll talk to you guys later.
All
Goodbye.
right.
All right.